Hello, everyone, and welcome to another James Bond reflection, where today I'm joined by Jack the Film Fanatic and Alan Caylow, and together, all three of us are going to be reflecting on the mammoth era of James Bond, in terms of films anyway. Uh, Sir Roger Moore, yes, who sadly is no longer with us, rest in peace. He did 7 movies in the franchise: Live and Let Die, The Man with the Golden Gun, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, and A View to a Kill. So, we're going to be talking about all 7 films, and we'll give a brief ranking at the end of the session as well. But before we go into Live and Let Die, we just want to make a quick announcement, because last week we did the George Lazenby reflection, and a few days later we discovered that Dame Diana Rigg passed away, and she was in the film as Tracy Bond. She was Mrs. Bond, and I just wanted to say a quick few words, and just to sort of say, rest in peace, Diana. Your work will never be forgotten, not just in Bond, but in life. I mean, she has a lot of fans, and very talented actress. Definitely lived on through her work. And I'll give Jack and Alan a sec to say something if they want to before we begin.
Yes.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Dame Diana Rigg. I mean, what a classy woman. I mean, there was a woman. I mean, she lots of talent, lots of class. She was, back in the day, she was a stunningly beautiful woman. I mean, no wonder James Bond went for her. But I mean, she did a lot of great work. I mean, she was an actress who did it all. She did film, she did television, and she did stage work. And she was a very, very classy woman. I mean, she really was the kind of woman you wanted to marry. I mean, that's how truly special she was. And her work will never be forgotten. And rest in peace, Dame Diana Rigg. We love you, we miss you, and thank you.
Thank you for that lovely tribute. Jack?
Not much to add to what Alan said. Just yeah, I loved her in Bond. She was great in the Avengers with Patrick McNee as Emma Peel, and yeah, she was a great actress, acting right up until she died. And there's still a few works of her. All Creatures Great and Small. That's coming out soon with her. So still have some work coming out, and she was also in Game of Thrones as well. So yeah, she was a great beauty, and I thought she was excellent as Mrs. Bond, Tracy, on the Master Secret Service. And yeah, farewell. But like Alan said, she won't be forgotten, and she'll live on forever in her work. So yeah.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so moving on from that, let's begin with Live and Let Die. And I think I'm going to let Jack kick this one off, if that's all right, because I believe this might be Jack's favorite Bond movie. So, Jack, do give us your opinion on Live and Let Die.
Okay, well, Live and Let Die. I think this is a great Bond film, and as Ollie said, this is probably my favorite James Bond film. I know I did say Spectre for a while, but I think thinking about it now, Live and Let Die, this is my favorite Bond film. For me, this just has everything you want in a Bond movie. It's got great villains, great plot, great Bond girl, and great action. And I think as an introduction for Roger Moore, it's excellent. I think Roger Moore is very good in this. I mean, of course, he just come off The Persuaders with Tony Curtis. And he was going to do that, but he was offered Bond, and he decided to do Bond instead. And yeah, sadly, Roger Moore is no longer with us. He passed away, I think, back in May of 2017. So he's been dead over 3 years now. But Roger Moore, I have to say, is my favorite Bond. And I think the reason for that is because he brought a sense of humor to the part. And I think out of all the Bonds, Roger Moore captures the English gentleman the best out of all the 6 actors to play Bond. And yeah, Live and Let Die, I mean, I think it's a great Bond movie. You got the awesome song Live and Let Die by Paul McCartney and Wings. I think that's great. The title sequence, I think, is really good. I love some of the characters here, like Felix Leiter, played by David Hedison. And I think he's probably my favorite actor to play Felix Leiter, and he's actually good friends with Roger Moore in real life. But you've got some really great scenes here. I like that scene where Bond steals the plane and he's driving it around the hangar, and he's like, "Oh, same time tomorrow," and you got some very funny characters here. Like you got the introduction of Clifton James as Sheriff J.W. Pepper, and he's just hilarious, and he has some of the best lines in the series. Like when he says to Bond, "Oh, what are you, boy? Some kind of doomsday machine?" And secret agent on whose side? And, Clifton James is just a riot in this film. Very funny character. I think the action here is done really well by Guy Hamilton. This is the third Bond film that he would direct, and the penultimate one that he would direct, because his last film he directed was A Man of the Golden Gun. But no, I think he directs the action scenes here very well. There's that awesome action sequence in a double-decker bus, and Jane Seymour said when she was filming that she was sort of hanging on for dear life on that bus. And speaking of the characters, I think Jane Seymour as Solitaire, she's probably my favorite Bond girl. I like her relationship with Bond, and it's interesting how Bond sort of tricks her. Like he gets a pack of cards that says the lovers. And he takes her virginity away, and it turns out that she has powers, so she can sort of read the future. She's a tarot card reader, and I like the sort of relationship she has with Yaphet Kotto as Kananga. And Yaphet Kotto, I mean, he's an excellent actor, and anything I've seen him in, he always gives a great performance. And I think he's excellent as Kananga. I think Kananga is one of the best Bond villains, and Yaphet Kotto's got a very intimidating presence. There's that scene where he's got the watch, and he's trying a test with Solitaire, and he slaps her, and he's like, "Oh, you knew that I would, take your virginity away when the time is right." And he's like, "Oh, you become like your mother, And I mean, the villains here I think are great. I think this is probably the best ensemble of villains in any Bond film. You've got Yaphet Kotto as Kananga. You got Teehee, the guy with the hook arm, which is great. You've got Whisper, Baron Samedi, of course, and I love the final climax of Baron Samedi where Bond is fighting Kananga and all that. So I mean, you've got a really great, ensemble of villains. My favorite ensemble. I think the plot is interesting. How Kananga is trying to, he's gonna give away all this heroin, or the poppies that he's growing, like the heroin, and he's gonna give it to everybody on the street for free. And then he's gonna flush away the mafia by once he gets the whole population hooked, he's gonna drive up the price. And yeah, I mean, there's some really great action here. Like I love the whole boat chase on the bayou. That's really great. But they go for a wedding. I thought that was quite funny. Yeah, I mean, it's just a great soundtrack as well by I think George Hamilton, or I don't know who it is, but the guy does the soundtrack here.
Is it George Martin?
Yeah, George Martin. That's it. Yeah, he does a really great soundtrack for this, and yeah, I mean the film is just, it's just a ride from start to finish. I really like the final fight between Bond and Kananga, where he puts the inflatable pellet in his mouth and he blows up. And then, James Seymour Solitaire's like, "Oh, where's Kananga?" And he's like, "Oh, he always did have an inflated opinion of himself." That was very funny. And Roger Moore has a lot of funny one-liners, like earlier on where he's with the girl in his apartment, and M comes along, and Moneypenny helps him hide the girl, and then he's got the magnetic watch, and she says, "Oh," and he unzips her, dress, and she's like, "Oh, such a delicate touch," and he says, "Oh, sheer magnetism, darling." I mean, that's great. And I mean, I think my only tiny nitpick of this film is probably Rosie Carver. The actress who plays her, I mean, she does a decent job, and she's not bad looking. She's pretty good to look at. But I just think, Rosie Carver, it's a bit ridiculous, that she's this CIA agent when she's scared of everything. But I do like that bit where Bond is with her on the island, and he points the gun at her and he says, "Oh, Queen of Cups in an upside down position. It means you're a liar, a cheat, and a fraud, and I want some answers now." And yeah, she says, "Oh, I can't," and he's like, "Oh, I'll kill you if you don't." So Roger Moore people criticize him for not being tough enough, but he does have his quite dark, cold moments. And there's some good moments in this film. I like all the stuff as well in Harlem. That stuff is quite good, and I mean, you could say this film sort of borrows a bit from the blaxploitation genre, but it doesn't really bother me because I think the film holds up pretty well. It's kind of a shame that this is the only Bond film where we have a black guy as a villain. Like we haven't really had that many black villains in the Bond franchise. I think Kananga's the only black villain we've had so far. So, be cool if we had another black villain in the future. Um, but yeah, it's just a really fun film. I also think the ending is pretty good, where Bond confronts Teehee on the train, and he has that fight on the train. It kind of calls back to From Russia with Love, and then he throws him out the window, and his metal hook's still hanging onto the train, and she says, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I'm just being disarming, darling," and that was quite funny. And I liked the bit at the end where Baron Samady's laughing on the train. Another memorable moment for me is probably the scene where Bond's on the island and he's surrounded by crocodiles, and they actually filmed at Ross Kananga's crocodile and alligator farm, and that's how they named the villain Kananga. They named it after Ross Kananga. But there's that great scene where Bond's left on the island surrounded by crocodiles and alligators, and he jumps over the heads of the crocodiles. And it took them quite a lot of takes. Like you watch the DVD and the Blu-ray, like, it took Ross Kananga loads and loads of takes to do that scene. But he finally got to do it, and it looks great on film. And one thing I find funny as well is Roger Moore was wearing crocodile-style shoes on set, and I think that was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, the film has a lot of good humor as well, and like I said, I like the whole sort of voodoo feel to it, and every time I watch it, I always have a blast of it. And I mean, what's also interesting is they did this on a different style format, which is interesting, of camera. So it's not like the typical widescreen we had from Thunderball onwards. They sort of keep that aspect ratio until Spy Love Me, but they changed it back to widescreen. But yeah, I mean, in conclusion, I think it's a great film. I think Roger Moore had a lot of, he had big shoes to fill after Sean Connery. Sean Connery left a big legacy, and I think Roger Moore succeeded. And I think, without Roger Moore, if he didn't succeed in the role, the franchise probably would have ended, because Lazenby didn't really succeed in the role. And I think if Roger Moore had failed in the role, they probably would have called it a day. And yeah, it's a great film, great villains, great soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, I think Roger Moore, he deserves a lot more credit than some people give him. Like some fans sort of, dismiss Roger Moore as Bond, but I really think, it wasn't for Roger Moore, the franchise wouldn't have continued on. Yeah, it would probably just have ended after Sean Connery had left. So, yeah, my final score would be a 10 out of 10. So, yeah, it's a great film, and definitely probably my favorite Bond film. So that's all I really have to say. So yeah, kept it to that 10-minute limit, but there
Thank
we
you,
go.
Jack. I don't worry too much if you go slightly over the 10-minute limit. It's all right. It's fine. We're all friends here. One more thing before we move on. What did you think of the title song and some of the action sequences? Just like briefly, of course.
Well, I already said that. I thought the title song by Paul McCartney and Wings was really good, and I also liked the title sequence, and yeah, like the action sequence, like the boat chase is awesome, and the double decker bus chase is great. So yeah,
Awesome.
that's all I have to say about that. But yeah.
Yeah. Now we're going to be moving to a slightly different opinion. If Alan's opinion is still the same as I remember. So Alan, what's your opinion on Live and Let Die, Roger Moore's first outing as Bond?
Okay, Live and Let Die. Hold on, let me mark the time. Mark the time. Okay, here we go. The Roger Moore era begins with Live and Let Die, and this is basically James Bond in a blaxploitation adventure. And well, I guess I have to say in that case, since it's Bond in Harlem for an adventure, I guess if Paul McCartney hadn't done the theme tune for this movie, this tune I think would not have been out of place. Cue the music. Come on. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Shaft.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear similar music to that when he goes into the club, like
Yeah.
at various points.
Yeah. Who's the white private dick that's a sex machine to all the chicks? Bond. Yeah. Who's the British cat who won't cop out when there's danger all about? Bond. You know, they say
Who
this
is the
cat
man
Bond
who
is
would
a
risk his
bad
neck?
mother.
Yeah.
Oh man, you jumped in on me, Jack. They say this cat Bond is a bad mother. Shut your mouth. I'm just talking about Bond. He's a complicated man, and no one understands him but his women. James Bond. Right on. Okay, I couldn't resist. I had to play that. Thank you for indulging me. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so for Roger Moore's first outing, it's basically Bond in a blaxploitation adventure. Um, okay, I'm going to be as polite as I possibly can. I acknowledge that this is Jack's favorite James Bond movie, and if Jack loves the film, and if Ollie really likes the film, that's fine, you know. But I think this is the Thunderball situation in reverse. Okay, that's what this is. Okay, you guys aren't crazy about Thunderball, but I am, and now here we come to a Bond movie that you guys are crazy about, but I'm not. But I'm acknowledging.
That's okay.
Yeah, you know, if you guys like it, if Jack loves it, that's fine. Really, to each their own. But for me, Roger Moore. Look, Roger Moore was my very first James Bond. I have the deepest of respect for Roger Moore. Rest in peace, Roger Moore. He is greatly missed. But for me, Roger Moore became a very good James Bond, in my opinion, over a couple of movies. I mean, I'm going to praise his performance to the hilt when we get to the next movie, The Man with the Golden Gun. But here, this was his first time out. Uh, I mean, he was already a very talented actor besides, done a lot of films. He was on The Saint, of course. I think that was what people knew him best for, was for The Saint. Um, but he was following Sean Connery. And, you know, guys, I just think that his first time out of the gate being, you know, following on the heels of Sean Connery, I just thought his performance in Live and Let Die is kind of wooden, kind of stiff. I mean, you look at Roger Moore. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I look at Roger Moore in Live and Let Die, his very first movie, following Connery, and it's like, wow, is this really supposed to be the same character? I mean, he's really changed. He's not as well built as Connery was. Slimmer. He has more of a a pish posh kind of thing about him. It's also been said about Roger Moore. Again, I like him. He became a very good Bond, but it's been said that he's the kind of Bond who never wanted to get his suit dirty, you know, whereas Connery was more than happy to get dirty. But as I said, I think Roger Moore grew into the role of Bond, but it took a couple of movies, in my opinion. Um, I don't hate Live and Let Die. There is one Roger Moore Bond movie coming up that I do hate, and I think we'll be discussing that movie at the
Yes.
end of the show. Hint, hint. The
I mean,
end
don't
of
worry,
the
Alan.
show.
We will
Nudge, nudge.
we will take care of it personally.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We'll be talking about that at the end of the show. But I don't hate Live and Let Die. There's definitely some good, entertaining things in this movie. Um, I mean, for starters, I mean, Paul McCartney's theme tune is one of the best theme tunes ever in the James Bond film franchise. Even though, if you think about it, there's very few lyrics in it. I mean, everybody knows the main thing, "Live and Let Die," but I think the main thing that sticks out in people's head is the instrumental part. Da 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 da. I think that's the most memorable part of the tune. But it's a great theme tune. So I love the theme tune for Live and Let Die. As far as the performances, well, like I said, I think Roger Moore would deliver a great performance in the next film, but here, I'm sorry, to me, he just comes off as a little wooden, a little stiff his first time out. As far as the rest of the cast goes, yeah, Jane Seymour, who I believe this was her first film as a Solitaire. She's very good, you know, very good, very lovely as Solitaire. Yapet Kotto as the main villain, Dr. Kananga. Yapet Kotto, very talented actor, but I don't know. I think it's not until the end of the film that he really gets to strut his stuff as the villain. His villain seems to be a little restrained to me until the very end when he directly confronts Bond and reveals to Bond his plans. And of course, they have the big fight at the end. There is also that bit, of course, where Kananga is under makeup. He's in disguise. Good makeup, I have to admit. But again, I just don't think his villain is really truly unleashed, if you like, until the end of the film. So Yepet Kato's performance is good, but I just felt he's restrained by the script until we get to the end of the movie, and then he's allowed to let loose. I do like Julius Harris as Teehee, Kananga's main henchman, who has the pincer arm, the metal pincer arm. He's quite good. I think he's a memorable henchman. I do like the train fight at the end, which is kind of sort of reminiscent of the train fight in From Russia with Love. Some of the location stuff is good. The boat chase in the movie sticks out in my head as being a really good action scene. But again, this is and I guess I have to make mention of Clifton James as Sheriff J.W. Pepper. I didn't like the character of J.W. Pepper in this first movie. I thought they were trying a little too hard for Pepper to be the comedy relief. And his thing about spitting tobacco all throughout the movie is just disgusting. I don't like that.
I will agree, that is disgusting.
Yeah, and I just don't find him particularly funny in this film. I think he's a lot more tolerable in the next movie, Man with the Golden Gun, because they bring him back for the next movie. For me, he's much more tolerable in the next movie. But here, I don't know, he's oh so obviously the comedy relief, and I just don't find him all that funny. I'm just being honest. Again, this is a James Bond movie that is forever stuck in the early 1970s. It's definitely a blaxploitation adventure for Bond. I mean, sending Bond to Harlem for an adventure, I've never felt worked all that well. I mean, this is the kind of movie where you expect, John Shaft to show up, or Foxy Brown to show up, or I don't know, Black Caesar to show up. But you put stiff Roger Moore in this. That's how I see him in this movie. Stiff Roger Moore in a blaxploitation adventure in Harlem, I think just doesn't work. I mean, all the black people in this movie, a lot of them have afros and some of the lingo. I mean, they call white people honkies in this movie. And there's one scene where Bond goes into a cab and he says to the cab driver, "I'll give you $20 if you take me to Harlem." And the cab driver goes, "Man, for $20, I'll take you to a Ku Klux Klan rally." I mean, totally stuck in the early 1970s, and like blaxploitation stuff. And I like some blaxploitation movies. Okay, I like Shaft. I think that's probably my favorite blaxploitation film, Shaft, with Richard Roundtree and the classic Isaac Hayes music, which you heard a few minutes ago. So you might see my time's running out. I don't hate Live and Let Die. There's definitely some good things in it. But I also have to say the movie also, for me, kind of turns me off because it has to do with voodoo and black magic, that kind of thing. And I don't know, it's just not a James Bond movie that I go returning to all that much, really. I have it in the collection. I have all the Bond movies, just to have them. But I don't pull out Live and Let Die all that much. But again, it's not without its entertaining stuff. Classic theme tune by Paul McCartney. The boat chase is good. Some of the locales are good. But I just think Roger Moore needed to grow in the role of James Bond, and it would take him one more movie, I think, to nail it. So he would become a very good James Bond, and I give him his credit that he was my very first Bond that I ever saw. So I do like Roger Moore, but I just feel it took him a couple of movies to nail the part of Bond. So again, to the Bond fans out there who love Live and Let Die, including Jack, I mean no disrespect. If you love Live and Let Die, that's great. To each their own. But this is just not one of my favorite Roger Moore movies. But we will be getting to a few of my favorite Roger Moore movies in just a bit. So I don't hate Live and Let Die. It has its entertaining stuff in it, but it's just not one of my favorites. I just think it's a okay average Bond film for me. So sorry, Jack, but I'm going to give Live and Let Die a 5 out of 10.
That's fair enough.
No worries. It's your opinion, Alan. One more thing before I do my thoughts. Would you say you preferred it to Diamonds Are Forever?
Actually, on my personal rating, I give Diamonds Are Forever the slight edge, maybe because Connery is in it, but
Ooh.
but I mean, literally, Live and Let Die and Diamonds Are Forever are back to back on my personal rating. I think Live and Let Die is number 21 and Diamonds Are Forever is number 20. So both movies I don't rate particularly high, but maybe I give the slight edge, excuse me, to Diamonds Are Forever because Connery's in it, and Connery is my favorite James Bond. But Diamonds Are Forever isn't that much better than Live and Let Die. Maybe just slightly better, ever so slightly better, but not by much.
That's fair enough. Unfortunately, Alan, I'm sorry. I'm going to be agreeing with Jack on this one. I'll try and keep this as brisk as possible. If I go ever so slightly over, I apologize. Live and Let Die. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite Bond movies, and I know that some people find it weird that Bond is in a blaxploitation movie, but I actually don't mind it. It's something different. I kind of think this film is one of the most unique of the franchise. It has a very voodoo feel, and I like it. I mean, there were a couple of weird things in it, like the opening scene. I've always found a bit bizarre. With the dancing funeral, I always thought that was a bit weird. But when we see Roger Moore, sorry.
No, sorry. I was going to say that that jazz funeral actually does happen in real life in Harlem. Apparently, Guy Hamilton was going to do Mardi Gras, but they did that in Thunderball, so we decided to do the jazz funeral. But they actually, funnily enough, they actually do that in real life. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, whether they do it in real life or not, for the film, I thought it was a slightly weird thing to do for the opening scene. And it was weird to not see Bond until after the credits, but that's not a major complaint. I still love the movie. Roger Moore in his first performance, yeah, I think he's good. I don't think it's his best performance, but I think it's a pretty good start. And like Jack said, he has some good moments where when he threatens Rosie, I quite like that moment. Some of his one-liners are quite funny. I mean, Roger Moore is definitely a more light-hearted Bond, but I don't mind that. I mean, obviously there are going to be some sort of cold moments as he goes along, but in comparison to some of the other actors, he's certainly not as rough as Daniel Craig, or he's certainly not as rough as Connery. But I like that. I like that Roger Moore made it his own, and he made the role charming and likable, which I really appreciate. And in terms of Live and Let Die, I think he gets off to a pretty good start. And I really like Jane Seymour as Solitaire. I think she's one of the best Bond girls. I think her story is really interesting, how she's kind of trapped in this really difficult situation with Kananga, and she loses her ability to, for fortune telling or whatever because of Bond. And then in the end, he helps save her life from that. And I think her performance is great. I mean, she's gorgeous. I mean, wow, look at her. She is drop dead gorgeous in this film. And her lovely long brown hair, and even as a character, she's really well written. She's one of the best written Bond girls, I'd say. Kananga is actually, before I mention that, I like the scene when Bond actually tricks her with the deck of cards, which all say lovers. I think that's quite funny. Dr. Kananga is one of the best Bond villains, actually, I think he's very underrated, actually. He's not talked about very much in terms of the fandom, from what I hear. Not many people seem to mention Kananga that much, which is a shame. And I think you're right, Jacko. I don't think we have had another black villain in the series. So it would be nice to have someone else of black ethnicity. Hopefully in the future films after Daniel Craig leaves, but we'll see. I also like Teehee. Teehee's a great henchman. I love his like weird sadistic smile, as well as his sort of like pincer claw hand, which is quite funny. And the final train fight is really enthralling. I also like the crocodile scene when Bond is trying to skip over the crocodiles, the row of crocodiles. It is a bit convenient how they all kind of go together in a row just so he can hop off. And he ends up off the little island without so much as a splash. But it's a Bond movie. I'll go with it. The action is very entertaining. I love the double-decker bus chase. The boat chase is really good and enthralling. I'm not a big fan of Rosie. I have to say, I'm sorry. Rosie Carver just kind of annoys me. she's not too bad because she's not in the film that much. But when she's first introduced, she's literally afraid of everything. Like, oh, snake, snake, oh, oh! She's just yelling and screaming and crying. It's like, God, how could this woman have been accepted by the CIA? I mean, Jesus, she is terrified of everything. I mean, she can't be fully qualified yet. It's just ridiculous. I'm surprised. I thought she would have been a trainee, but yeah, she's also kind of an idiot as well. I suppose they were trying to write her for comic relief, but it just comes off as really dumb and unnecessary. I also like Quarrel Jr. You'd see Quarrel Jr. Come in there, obviously because they filmed the books out of order. They had to change his name to Quarrel Jr. because obviously it wouldn't work in the context of the films with Dr. No and the actual Quarrel, because Quarrel in Dr. No dies. But yeah, the location I think is great. I mean, the sort of like Jack said, the sort of Harlem and sort of Jamaica and everything. It's all great, and I think it's very exotic looking. It's one of the most exotic looking Bond movies. The finale as well, I really like when Bond saves Solitaire at the end, and then he fights Kananga. I mean, it is a bit silly how Kananga blows up into a balloon, but it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, it's a product of the time. And when he says, "Oh, he always did have an inflated opinion of himself," it is quite an amusing line. The title song is incredible. I love the "Live and Let Die" song by Paul McCartney and Wings. And yes, Alan is probably right. It is probably more famous for the tune, but that being said, it's a great tune, and the lyrics aren't too much, but I think it's fantastic, and the actual score by George Martin is also very good. And the title sequence, I think, is also one of the best of the series as well. It's a fantastic film. It's a shame that Desmond Llewellyn isn't in it, but that doesn't matter too much. You know, and the MI6 regulars who appear very briefly at the start are all very good, and I think it moves at a good pace. One last thing, Sheriff Pepper. I'm kind of torn with him a bit, to be honest. He's good. I mean, I think he's decent in this film, but I actually think he was unnecessary in the next film. So I kind of have to disagree with Alan, unfortunately. I will agree about the tobacco thing. Him spitting tobacco, that is disgusting. I can never watch that without going, oh, God. But that being said, I think his appearance here is better than his appearance in the next film. Although I will say maybe he was a tad bit overused, but that's not too much of a problem. So in the end, I'm not going to say too much more. I think Guy Hamilton redeemed himself after the mess. Sorry, Jack. That was Diamonds Are Forever. In my opinion, Diamonds Are Forever was a mess. So I was quite glad that this film was as good as it was. So I'm not going to go on too much more. I'll just say that I will score Live and Let Die a very, it's probably a low 10 out of 10. I do have a couple of small nitpicks with it, but nothing too major. Oh, one more thing. The Mr. Big thing. Like, Kananga disguising himself as Mr. Big. I didn't really understand that. It just seemed to confuse the story a bit, like, because the whole thing revolves around drug smuggling and growing drugs and whatever. It made the whole thing a little bit confusing. But aside from that, it's a very entertaining film. And again, Baron Samedi as well. He's a great character. I mean, if you want a voodoo Bond film, this is the one to go for. So yeah, I score it a 10 out of 10. It's definitely in my top 10 favorite Bond movies. So let's move on to the second film of Roger Moore's era. And we're 33 minutes in, so we're making good time, fellas, with The Man with the Golden Gun. So I'm going to hand the golden gun over to Jackie.
Yeah, could I hand it over to Alan? I got a phone call here, so yeah.
Oh, I'm going first then. Okay, hold on. Just a moment. Okay, let me mark the time again. There we go. Okay. Okay, fine. The Man with the Golden Gun, the second Roger Moore Bond movie. This is a very controversial Bond film because actually there are a lot of Bond fans who hate this movie. They think Golden Gun is one of the worst Bond films. There's one James Bond book that I have where they were reviewing the Bond movies, and I think they gave Man with the Golden Gun 1 out of 4 stars, and they concluded their review by calling it a file it and forget it Bond movie, which I think is bullshit.
That's a piece of shit.
Yeah. I think Man with the Golden Gun is great. And another thing that brings down Golden Gun is the fact that it was not a box office success. Some people have referred to this as the Bond movie that almost destroyed the franchise because it was not a box office hit. And maybe it was kind of a mistake to release it only 1 year
Yeah.
after the previous one, Live and Let Die, that maybe they should have waited an extra year before releasing it. But other than that, if you can shove all that stuff aside, I mean, I think this is a really great Bond movie, and I think this is one of Roger Moore's best Bond movies. Critics be damned, box office be damned. I mean, for me, this is Roger Moore's best performance. I mean, I wasn't all that impressed with his performance in Live and Let Die, but here, man, he is great. I mean, anybody who criticizes Roger Moore as being too much of a softie as James Bond, that he's not tough enough, you obviously haven't seen him in The Man with the Golden Gun. I mean, he's got a temper, he's tough, he's very physical, and I think Roger Moore knew that he needed to step up his game a little bit in the acting department for his second movie, and I thought he really, really rose to the occasion, and he delivered what I think stands to this day as his best performance in during his time as 007. He's terrific in this. I love his performance in this, and I believe him 100% that he's James Bond in this movie. That's how good he is, I think, and I appreciate that he was tougher and more physical, and he's still great with a quip. He still gets to fire off a lot of good quips as only Roger Moore could, but great solid performance from Roger Moore in this movie. He is great. So anybody who criticizes Roger Moore's Bond, you really need to see him in The Man with the Golden Gun and then tell me again, as far as his performance as Bond goes. He's great in this. I love his performance in this.
Sorry, Alan, to interrupt. Just a quick question. You know the scene when Bond has Andrea on the bed and he slaps her around? Some people have found that scene kind of uncomfortable. Would you agree with that, or are you okay with that scene?
I'm okay with it, but I understand the criticism. Again, this is once again, since we're living in the Me Too movement era, I mean, would Bond be able to get away with such a scene? I don't think so. If they tried to make the movie today, they probably couldn't get away with that. But again, this was 1974, so you have to consider the time that the movie was made in. I mean, that's not to say Bond cannot get tough every so often with women for whatever the reason may be. In fact, we're going to see Bond. One scene that comes to mind is Dalton getting tough with Carrie Lowell in License to Kill, where he's kind of slapping her around the bed. And he pulls a gun on her at one point. So that's another bit where Bond gets tough with a woman in the bedroom. But like I said, I don't know if you could shoot that scene now with Roger Moore and Britt Eklund, and he's kind of slapping her around a bit to get information out of her. Although she does eventually acquiesce, and they wind up going to bed.
Yeah.
But again, this film was made in 1974. You have to be mindful of the time it was made, and that's all I can say about that, really. But I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. I think it's a good scene. I think Roger Moore and Britt help me, the actor Maud Adams. Thank you.
Maud Adams. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. With Roger Moore and Maud Adams, I think play the scene really, really well. And again, it's a scene that shows off how tough Roger Moore is in this movie as Bond. And one of the things that helps me believe him to be James Bond in this movie. So I think the scene is played really well between Roger Moore and Maud Adams. So I love Roger Moore in this movie. I love Christopher Lee, the late great Christopher Lee as Scaramanga. I think he's a terrific villain.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that he has this golden gun that he makes out of various different things. I mean, a pen, a lighter, a cufflink. I mean, and he puts it all together. I still have to get me like a toy golden gun, a replica golden gun. I think you can buy them on eBay. I gotta get me one of those. I just think the golden gun is really cool. The only catch about the golden gun,
like, because of his performance, like, I don't get the bad reviews. Surely is the 1 star in that review for Christopher Lee? Like,
I think they were complaining in the book. They just think the movie is too damn silly. They just think it's a very silly movie, and that it's just, and the fact that it's a very personal adventure that Bond's going on. I mean, Scaramanga definitely has big plans that more or less are about world domination, but it's basically a personal tiff between Bond and Scaramanga. Basically, a fight that Scaramanga picks with Bond and taunts him and all of that. But I like that about Man with the Golden Gun, that it's like a personal fight between Bond and Scaramanga on Scaramanga's island. I just wanted to say one more thing about the Golden Gun. The only catch about the Golden Gun is that it can take only one bullet, but Scaramanga believes he only needs one bullet. I think that's cool. I think Christopher Lee is a terrific villain in this film. So yes, Maud Adams I think is great as Andrea Adams, Scaramanga's mistress. Andrea Anders, excuse me. She plays Scaramanga's mistress, and although she's scared of him, scared of Scaramanga, but Bond steps in, and even though she and Bond have a big tiff at first, she does eventually. They eventually work out their differences, and of course, they fall into bed, and she trusts him. Although sadly, she will still be killed off screen, which is sad. But I thought Maud Adams' performance was quite good. Then, of course, you've got Britt Eklund as Mary Goodnight, Bond's assistant in the movie. And although she's
Good night, sir.
Good
night, sir.
Yeah, good night, sir. Yeah, and although Britt Eklund, she's playing a ditzy Bond girl, not the sharpest tool in the shed, but she's still quite likable and very beautiful. And you have to admit, she rocks the bikini when she comes out in the bikini. Wow. Yeah, and but like I said, I mean, how can you not like Britt Eklund? I mean, beautiful woman, and I thought she's still quite charming. I thought very charming, very appealing as Mary Goodnight, even if she's not the smartest Bond girl ever. But that's okay. I'm not going to complain. And again, she rocks the bikini, so I have no complaints. I like her very much. Then of course, Hervé Villechaize, best known for the plane on Fantasy Island, playing Knick-Knack, Scaramanga's dwarf manservant. I like him very much. I mean, of course, I did watch Fantasy Island when I was growing up, so I got to see a lot of Hervé Villechaize on television. But I also like him here in Man with the Golden Gun. I mean, he is a dwarf, so physically he's no menace, but he's a bratty little piece of work, and I like the various taunts that he does throughout the movie, taunting some of the other characters, and so close and yet so far, and then that final silly but entertaining fight he has with Bond at the end. Let me go, you big bully. I think he's very amusing. He's a very amusing.
That was a very good impression, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. The plane. Yeah, well,
Monsieur Scaramanga.
Yeah. No, he's quite good. He's quite amusing as a Knick-Knack. So Hervé Villechaize, I like him a lot. And let's see, anybody else to mention? Looking quickly, again, being mindful of the time. Oh, yes, of course, I have to mention Clifton James returns as Sheriff J.W. Pepper. And although I agree with you, Ollie, that it's not really necessary to have J.W. Pepper here because he doesn't really add anything. And the fact that, I admit, he just so happens to be vacationing in the same country where Bond is having his adventure, and they bump into each other. And the next thing you know, Pepper's briefly joins in the adventure when Bond goes, driving in the car. I know it's kind of silly, but I do have to admit, I do think Pepper is. I think he is better in this movie. That he's funnier. I don't think he's spitting tobacco. Maybe he spits it once at the beginning when we see him. And that's it. But that's it. Just the one time. And he briefly joins Bond as Bond is zipping around in the car chasing the bad guys.
Oh, yeah, and we get to hear Roger Moore's American accent for the first time.
Oh, yeah, great moment. I sure am, boy. Which is one of my favorite Roger Moore moments. It is. And, of course, we have to make mention of that terrific when the car does the 180-degree flip, even though there was no need whatsoever to add that stupid slide whistle sound effect
Yeah.
When the car does the flip, everybody complains about the sound, the slide whistle sound effect, including me. That was totally unnecessary. You didn't need to put that in. That they didn't need that. But it is nonetheless a very, very impressive stunt. And the fact it was mapped out on a computer, 1974 style computer, how they were going to do that flip, how the stuntman was going to do that flip. And the stuntman could have easily been killed doing the flip, but what do you know? He did it, and I think they filmed it in one take. So congrats to the stuntman, whoever that was, and
Yeah.
it's a great stunt.
They achieved a Guinness World Record for that, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. There is a world record for that. Well, to wrap up, because my time is about up, but
Oh, sorry, Alan. Sorry. One more thing. The song and the title sequence. What do you think of those?
Lulu's theme tune. I've gotten used to it. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's one of the best Bond themes. It's kind of has kind of a awkward arrangement. Although I do think Lulu still manages to sell the song. He's the man with the golden gun. I mean, like I said, not the greatest Bond theme, but I don't mind it. It has grown on me, and Lulu certainly sings it well, so it's nothing on her. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not one of my favorite theme songs, but I don't mind it. Let me put it to you that way. I don't mind the theme tune.
Yeah.
For Man with the Golden Gun, it's fine. It's fine, really. But to wrap up, I also have to make mention that I love the I don't know, people don't mention this too much, but there's that wonderful set that I think Ken Adams. It was a Ken Adams who did the sets on this movie.
Yes.
He did, yeah. Where Bond goes into the, I guess, MI6 headquarters, and that particular MI6 headquarters in that country, and it's like a slanted boat set.
Yes.
Everything is slanted to one side. I mean, everything on the walls, everything, the whole building, everything is slanted to one side, and yet the floor is built in a way that they can still operate business, but everything around them, all the walls slanted to one side like the boat is. That is just an amazing set. I love that set. I've never forgotten that set. Terrific set by Ken Adam on that one. There's a lot of great humor in this movie. There's good action too. I mean, again, the car chase, with the flip. There's the boat chase. There's another boat chase that's quite good, and of course the final confrontation between Bond and Scaramanga at his lair on the island, and then Bond and Mary Goodnight having to escape as everything's blowing up all around them. It could be argued that The Man with the Golden Gun is also a dated Bond movie, because being that this was in 1974, there was the energy crisis going on, and Bond actually mentions the energy crisis in the film when he's being briefed by M. And so I'm not going to argue with anybody that says Golden Gun is a dated Bond movie. Perhaps it is, for the simple reason that it mentions the energy crisis, but I don't mind it. I think it's fine. I really truly don't mind that at all. But I do think it's great fun. I mean, and I stand my ground that this is the best performance Roger Moore ever gave in a Bond film. I love his performance. I believe him 100% as Bond in this movie. Cast is great. Lots of great humor, good action scenes, great locales. I'm never going to forget that slanted boat set. I love that slanted boat set. Christopher Lee, memorable villain. I love the final confrontation between Bond and Scaramanga, where it's like, they're having a duel, but then it goes into it turns into like a cat and mouse game on the island. And then, of course, the final, blowing up of Scaramanga's lair and Bond and Goodnight having to escape. And, of course, the final humorous little confrontations between Bond and Nick Nack. It's all great fun. It's a much better Bond movie than people give it credit for. I don't think it's one of the worst Bond movies. I think it's one of the best. I think it's currently on my list at number 11, just outside the top 10, but I still rank it very high. I've always liked The Man with the Golden Gun. It's definitely one of my favorite Roger Moore Bond films. It does have his best performance in it, in my opinion. So I love Man with the Golden Gun, and screw the critics. So I give The Man with the Golden Gun a very high 9 out of 10.
Wow. That's fantastic, Alan. Thank you very much for sharing. Jack, are you with us, or is he still on the phone?
Come back, Jack. We need you.
Jack, Jackie. If Jack doesn't,
Right,
oh,
can you go and I'll go next. I'll go last.
okay. I guess he's still on the phone then. Well, I'll go then. Right. The man with the golden gun. The man with the golden gun. This is a film that I've always kind of flip-flopped around, in my opinion. I've always been kind of unsure about this one. I've always liked it, but to what extent I've always been. It's not a film that I've always rushed back to. On my most recent viewing, before I re-reviewed it, I enjoyed it. I think it's a good one. I don't think it's as good as Live and Let Die. It's not my favorite Roger Moore Bond film, but it's not my least favorite either. I really like it. I think it has one of the best villains of the series. You know, Christopher Lee, instantly, the Scaramanga is fantastic. And I love Scaramanga's Funhouse. Any scene in that set is phenomenal. Just fantastic. Roger Moore probably does up his game, actually. Yeah, I mean, he's great in Live and Let Die, but I guess he is a bit better in this one. He toughens up a lot more, which I think is good. Yes, you could argue the scene with him slapping Andrea is a bit uncomfortable, but you know, it is a bit uncomfortable, but it doesn't bother me too much. But like you say, Alan, it's a different time. People have to just appreciate that it was made in the 70s and everything.
Yeah.
For me, the story is interesting because, like you say, it is a bit more personal, and there's a lot of stakes involved. Like Bond, like his own life is in danger, a lot more than he this is the first time we've really seen Bond kind of, in a way, kind of shit himself. he's kind of living in fear for most of this one. He's like, he wonders why Scaramanga is after him and why this is happening. And you know, there are many times where I think he's actually kind of scared. There's a moment when he's in the streets of Hong Kong, and he thinks he's like, I think someone tries to shoot him. He turns around and shoots, and you think he flees the scene or something. Like he tries to run away. So he's constantly being watched all the time. So yeah, I think Roger Moore sells it. I think he really does sell it. The Bond girls for me are a mixed bag. I quite like Andrea as a character. Andrea Maud Adams is gorgeous. I mean, she's a gorgeous lady. The character is good. And it is a shame that she dies, but she's obviously trapped in an abusive relationship. She's clearly afraid of Scaramanga. There's that really chilling scene where he caresses her with the gun, and it's really spine chilling. It's like, oh, flipping hell! Like he's a real creep. He's a bastard, and then he ends up killing her, which is kind of sad. The other Bond girl, I don't really like that much. Mary Goodnight. I mean, she's okay, but she is just basically a ditz. She's a bimbo. She doesn't really offer much in terms of brains, but she's attractive. You know, she rocks the bikini, so she can't be all bad. But,
yeah, really.
yeah, but there is that scene which does go on a bit where he's about to sleep with her, and then Andrea comes in, and then Goodnight ends up staying locked in the wardrobe for about 2 hours until she can sleep with Bond. So yeah, there's a whole kind of comedy part that goes on a bit. And obviously the very end when he says, "Oh, good night, sir," you know, that's quite funny. But yeah, so I think the Bond girls are just very mixed for me. Nick Nack, I really like. I think he's a great henchman, very underrated henchman actually. I think he's got a very creepy voice, and every time we hear him over the megaphone in the funhouse, he's like, "We are getting warmer." It's always quite chilling, and I like the part at the end when he's fighting Bond and he's throwing the wine bottles, and then Bond locks him in the suitcase, and he's like, "Let go of me, you big bully!" And he chucks him out into the sea or something.
It's a great scene, yeah.
Yeah, Hervé Villachet, a very, very good actor. It actually perplexes me that you mentioned that it didn't make a lot of money, because I think they obviously they were constricted on budget anyway, because they filmed most of the film in Hong Kong, so it's not the most exotic looking of the series, and it to some people have criticized it saying that it looks a bit cheap. I suppose it does a bit, but I mean that it doesn't bother me too much. And this was Guy Hamilton's last directorial stint at the Bond series. Scaramanga's Island looks great. I mean, everything there is fine. I think maybe Hong Kong, yeah, perhaps it's a bit plain, but I don't mind. I mean, we've not been there before in the Bond series.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. Yeah.
I will say the stuff in the karate school or whatever is kind of unnecessary. It doesn't really add anything to the story, so I would have taken that out. And that's one of my big complaints about Man with the Gold Gun. Is I think the pacing is a bit slow in places. It does feel like it drags at points, and that's one of those points I would have taken that out. It just doesn't add anything. Actually, I forgot to mention about Scaramanga. He's got the third nipple, which I think is quite funny. That's become
That's a nice twist.
Yeah, very weird, but it is a nice twist. And there's a moment when Bond he puts on a fake nipple and he poses as Scaramanga at one point, which is kind of fun. But yeah, also the title song by Lulu, I like it. I think it's good. I mean, I won't say it's the best song of the series, but maybe, I mean, some people say the lyrics don't make sense. I disagree. I think the lyrics make perfect sense, but like you say, it's probably the arrangement which throws people. You know, an assassin of second to none, the man with the golden gun. I mean, it's kind of hard to put those words into a good tune, but like I say, Lulu, she belts it out, she sells it. So
yes, she does. Yeah,
I think it's groovy. It's like a song I would dance to at a party. Like I would.
Sure, why not? Why not?
I suppose the title sequence is decent. Obviously, it's just a golden gun mostly, and there's just women and. So it's not the best title sequence, but it's okay. It'll do. The score by John Barry, I don't think it's his best score, but it's all right. And again, Clifton James being in this film as Sheriff Pepper, I honestly feel like he wasn't needed in this film. He completely wasn't needed. Totally had no place in this one. And again, like you say, the stunt with the car is impressive, but the slide whistle sound effect is just totally unnecessary. To me, this movie is a very mixed bag. It's a good film, but I think I think it has quite a few flaws, to be honest. But I do like the scene when Bond he goes into that belly dancer's dressing room and he's trying to get the bullet. Yes. I think is it the bullet? Yeah, the bullet out of a belly button.
Right. My chum.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like, you really do have a magnificent abdomen. Like, he's like kissing her husband and everything. Yeah, I do find that quite funny. That's one of my favorite Roger Moore lines, actually. And then
mine too.
Yeah, and you think he swallows it, and then he gets into this this good fight scene. And in terms of the action is pretty good. I mean, they did make an effort to make the action a bit more grittier, I think, for this one. So in short, I'll wrap up because I know I'm going over time, but I will probably give The Man with the Golden Gun an 8 out of 10. It's a solid film, not my favorite Moore film, but it's not the worst either. I think there's definitely a couple here that I would rank lower than it, but it's not one that I rush back to all the time, but it's a good one. So yeah, 8 out of 10 from me.
Cool. Yeah.
Jack, are you ready for us, or will you still?
We need you, Jack. Come on. How come you call them back?
Yeah. No, it does perplex me about the reviews for Man with the Golden Gun. It is, you know.
All right, guys, I'm here. Just give me 1 sec. Be back in 1 sec.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. It perplexes me about some of the bad reviews. I mean, when some people hail it as the worst movie of the series. I mean, look, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, come on. Look,
not at all. Not
you've got one of the best villains.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. It's on the phone. Okay, The Man with the Golden Gun. Well, I'm probably going to be the most negative of the three here, but Man the Golden Gun, I think this is a good film, but I think this is a big step down after Live and Let Die. I think for me, the main problem with The Man the Golden Gun is that it seems to be balancing a lot of different tones. Like, it seems to be going for a more darker edge with Roger Moore, but at the same time it's trying to it seems like they're trying to play it for like camp laughs, and I don't think necessarily all the jokes land here. Roger Moore, I think, is good as Bond in this film. This is his second outing as Bond, and I think he gives a good performance. But I think he's trying to go for a darker edge. I do think there are some good scenes, like the scene with Andrea, and he's like, "Oh, I'll break your arm if you don't tell me where those bullets are going." They sort of played it more like Sean Connery was slapping the woman about, but I think Roger Moore's good. I don't think this is his best performance, if I'm being honest with you. I think Roger Moore's more suited to the more comedic, laid back sort of role. But I mean, there's some funny lines in here, like with Bud Adams as Andrea Anders, where he's like, "Oh, what's that? A water pistol?" I think Christopher Lee's very good as Scaramanga. He's one of the series' best villains, and I do like his gun, just like a cigarette box, a cigarette lighter, a pen, and a cufflink. That's pretty good, and I do think Christopher Lee is very good as Scaramanga, and he works very well with Roger Moore. And funnily enough, Christopher Lee was actually Ian Fleming's cousin. So originally Ian Fleming wanted Christopher Lee as Bond, but he turned it down. I think the film has a lot of good stuff going for it. I like the beginning at Scaramanga's Funhouse, and he shoots that guy, and I like the look of Scaramanga's Funhouse, the whole Al Capone stuff in there, and you got the guy from Diamonds Are Forever. He makes an appearance again. Um, uh, One thing I will say though about Man the Golden Gun is that's kind of disappointing is the lack of locations. Going to Macau and all that's great, but I do think there is a lack of you know different locations in this film, and it kind of brings it down a bit. I mean, I like Mackay and all that, but it does get boring because it's the only real location we're in, and this film does have a little bit of a cheap feel. Um, I do think Hervé Villechaize is good as Nick Nack. You big bully, and he's quite funny when he's eating the peanuts, and he's one of the best Bond henchmen, I think. Um, I think Sheriff J.W. Pepper's good in this. I mean, he may be unnecessary, but he has some funny lines. He's like, "Oh, he's like, if you pawny heads got your head out of those pajamas, you wouldn't be late for work." So that was quite funny. I like the John Barry score, not one of his best, but I still think it's pretty good. I like the song "Man the Golden Gun" by Lulu. Um, Mary Goodnight, played by Britt Eklund. I think she's good in this film, but I don't think she's amazing. If I'm being honest, I think she's good, but she's a bit of a ditz. But I did like that whole scene where Bond's in his bedroom. He's like, "Oh, Miss Anders, I didn't recognize you with your clothes on," and he puts her in the closet. Um, that was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, she's not one of the best Bond girls in my opinion, simply because she's just a bit too ditzy. But I mean, nonetheless, I think Britt Eklund's good, and she was actually married to Peter Sellers, funnily enough. Um, I did like the scene with the flying car, although it was a bit ridiculous. I thought the stunt scene with the car that goes into the air and does the 360, with the side whistle effect, it kind of detracted from it a bit. But I did like that whole bit where he's like, "You're not thinking," and he's like, "I sure am, boy." When he does the 360 corkscrew in the air. That was a great
By the way,
sequence.
Jack,
Yeah.
can I correct myself for a moment? I think earlier when I was talking about the flip, I think I said it was a 180-degree flip. My mistake. It was really a 360-degree flip. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's a great stunt, although slightly ruined by the slide whistle. No, I think Pepper's quite good in it. I do like the final showdown on Scaramanga's island. When they're having dinner and Scaramanga says to Bond, "Oh, to us, Mr. Bond, we are the best." And Bond says, "Oh, there's a four-letter word, and you're full of it." He's saying he's full of shit. I thought that was quite funny. One thing I will say as well is I did like Maud Adams, Andrea Anders' death when she's trying to give Bond the Solex, and it's kind of interesting that she's sort of Scaramanga's hostage. She's Scaramanga's girlfriend, but she can't really get away from him. And there's that whole scene earlier on where she's in the bed and Scaramanga gets at the gun and he's sort of feeling her up with the gun. That was interesting. But I thought the finale shootout was good, and then Bond. There's that mannequin of Al Capone, and I really like the ending of the film where you got Bond dressed up as that mannequin, and then he turns around and he shoots Scaramanga right through the heart. I thought that was a really excellent way to end the film, and I thought it was a great death scene. Um, I mean, speaking of the film, I also like the scene as well where they're on that ship that's sort of on its side, and they've got all the sets on their side. Um, and funnily enough, the MI6. Some people say that scene's a bit ridiculous, but MI6, they've actually. I heard of a story once they had soldiers in the roof of a primary school. So, um, yeah, I mean, MI6 will basically set up a base camp anywhere. Um, but yeah, and one thing I will also say is about Man of Golden Gun is the sort of solar energy plot. It is a bit dated now, I do think. But nonetheless, I do think overall the plot is pretty good to this one. The ending, I think, though, was a little bit rushed. It's a bit slapdash. Goodnight, she hits that guy over the head with a wrench, and he goes falling into the cold water, and it sets off this chain reaction, and the whole place blows up, and it just kind of feels a little bit slapdash, a bit like, oh, we got to have an ending where the base blows up. But I did like that scene where Bond is trying to get the Solex out, and the sun. There's the sun behind the cloud, and once the cloud moves out of the way and the sun shines, it's going to burn his head off. That was quite good. It's kind of funny how Goodnight sort of activates it. She's the one who presses the buttons and all that. I thought that was really, really funny. And Roger Moore does have some pretty badass scenes in this. I like that scene where he's got the rifle, he's pointing at the guy's crotch, and he's like, "You're right, an inch too low." He's like, "I'm now aiming precisely at your groin. So speak now, or forever hold your peace." That was quite good. Um, yeah, I mean, one thing I will say that's kind of unnecessary about the film is that whole karate school sequence where Bond is put in this karate school and then he jumps out the window.
I agree.
Yeah, and you got those girls who are fighting the bad guys at karate. I mean, that was completely unnecessary, and you can kind of see the influence of Bruce Lee karate films at the time on this. Like, the previous film sort of
Bruce
influenced
Lee.
by. Yeah, no, but no, this isn't the trilogy of Roger Moore, but yeah, um, yeah, but no, I think people say Live and Let Die sort of copied the blaxploitation genre. I think this one sort of copied a bit of the kung fu genre, but nonetheless, the film I think is still very watchable. It's good, and I did like the ending as well, where Bond's on the boat and then he gets Nick Nack, and Nick Nack's throwing all the bottles and he puts him on the suitcase, and Goodnight thinks that she's thrown him overboard. She's like, "Oh, you didn't," and then it turns out he's in the crow's nest. And I do like that whole sequence where he's in bed with Goodnight, and he's like, "Oh, good night, oh, good night, sir," and and you got that classic line, "Oh, she's just coming, sir." Very funny. So overall, I think The Man of Golden Gun's a good film. I do think it's a bit of a step down. I do think some of the pacing drags, the lack of locations is a bit bothersome. Um, I think maybe Christopher Lee could have got a bit more screen time, but nonetheless, it's still a good film. But not my favorite of the Roger Moore era, but not the worst either. So I'll give this a solid 7 out of 10. So yeah.
Thank you, Jackie. Well, we now switch the microphone back to Alan as we talk about The Spy Who Loved Me. Woo! Yeah, just over an hour and we're on to the third movie, so we're making very good time. Okay, Alan, please give us your review of The Spy Who Loved Me.
Oh, okay. Just a moment, because I thought I was gonna go second, but that's okay. That's okay. Hold on a minute. Queuing up my notes here. Okay, The Spy Who Loved Me. Well, the third movie, the third James Bond movie for Roger Moore, and actually this there was a 3-year gap between this one and Man with the Golden Gun, because again, Man with the Golden Gun did not do well at the box office, and maybe Albert Broccoli, the producer, decided that Bond needed a short rest before they
Actually, I
did.
don't know if you know, Alan, but Harry Saltzman left the series after The Man with the Golden Gun. So I think
Yes,
there
he
was
did.
obviously there was a handover period. So they obviously needed the longer time gap between the films.
Okay, yes, you're right. Harry Saltzman, longtime co-producer of the Bond series. Yes, Man with the Golden Gun was the last one that Saltzman co-produced, and yeah, then he handed the reins solely over to Albert Broccoli, who became the sole producer for the next several years, quite a few years. He would just be the sole producer before his daughter Barbara Broccoli inherited it, along with Michael G. Wilson. Anyway. But yeah, again, there was that handover, as you say, and the fact that Man with the Golden Gun did not do particularly well, and maybe they just decided that Bond needed a short rest so they could reevaluate the Bond series and figure out how they're going to go forward with the next movie, The Spy Who Loved Me. So there's a 3-year gap, and The Spy Who Loved Me dropped in 1977. Quite an exciting year for films. Star Wars came out in 1977. Saturday Night Fever, so it was a big year. Disco was everywhere, and I think that also reflects in the score that Marvin Hamlish came up for the film, the one and only score that Marvin Hamlish did for this movie.
Wonderful score.
What's that?
What a wonderful score it was.
It is a wonderful score, but it is very late 70s, very 1977, very disco-ish. I've always said the score for Spy Who Loved Me, especially in the pumped up action scenes, it has a very disco-fied, Bee Gees-esque kind of sound to it, like the action scene where Bond is in the car with Barbara Bach's character Anya, and they're being chased by the helicopter, and you hear that down. It sounds like. Yep. It sounds exactly like a Bee Gees pastiche. It sounds like You Should Be Dancing. You should be dancing, yeah.
Funnily enough, you say that, Alan, but
Yeah.
apparently Marvin Hamlish said he was a big Bee Gees fan, and he was
there you
inspired
go.
by the Bee Gees. He was inspired by the Bee Gees, so he sort of did a Bee Gees-esque soundtrack for Spy Love Me. But yeah,
Exactly.
Staying alive.
I knew it. Because that down during the action scenes, I mean, that's You Should Be Dancing by the Bee Gees.
Can you imagine if the Bee Gees sung the theme for like Nobody Does It Better?
Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could have.
Bond staying alive, Bond staying alive.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a great score. I mean, how can you not like that pumped up disco-fied 1977 score? And of course, the classic theme tune that Carly Simon sings. Again, one of the greatest Bond themes ever. I've always loved Nobody Does It Better. And, marvelously sung by Carly Simon. Yeah, her voice fits the song perfectly. It's a great Bond theme tune. As for the movie itself, you guys, let me make this clear. I like The Spy Who Loved Me. I like this one. It's a good Bond movie, but I think my reaction to the movie is the same as Jack's reaction to Man with the Golden Gun. I like it, but I'm not the biggest fan of Spy Who Loved Me. I know a lot of Bond fans love Spy Who Loved Me. They give it a perfect 10. I mean, even Roger Moore himself named The Spy Who Loved Me as his favorite Bond movie of all the ones that he did. And that's fine. That's fine. I mean, there's definitely a lot to like in The Spy Who Loved Me. It's a good, solid Bond film, but it's just not my favorite of the bunch. In fact, I think the next 3 movies that Moore did, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, and Octopussy, in my opinion, I like those a little better than The Spy Who Loved Me. But this one is still good. Don't get me wrong. Overall, it's very good. It's another aquatic Bond movie. I guess the first really aquatic one since Thunderball, where Bond goes for an adventure under the sea. The main baddie is Stromberg, played by Kurt Jurgens, and he just loves living under the sea, and he wants all of civilization to start living under the sea, and he's got his underwater lair, and yeah, he wants everybody to go under the sea. Kurt Jurgens, he was a very good actor, but I have to say Stromberg is not the greatest of Bond villains because he basically just sits at that really long-ass table and he pushes buttons and he barks orders, but he's no physical menace at all to Bond. Not at all. I mean, okay, he He pulls out a gun at the end, but he just sits there in the chair at the long table and pushes buttons and barks orders, and that's all he does. So not much of a villain. Obviously, okay, yeah, he's a very wealthy dude because he has the underwater lair, which is very impressive, but he's just not much of a villain. So for me, that's one of the things that brings the movie down. For me,
would you also agree, Alan, that he's a rip off of Blofeld?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. He's like a Blofeld knockoff, really. I would agree with you on that. But I do think the underwater sets are impressive, and I think wasn't this the very first Bond film that they made at that special 007 stage that they had built?
I think so.
I think this was the first one. I think this was the inaugural movie that was shot on the 007 soundstage, the specially constructed 007 stage.
At Pinewood, yeah.
Yeah, at Pinewood, exactly. That's the one. Yeah, yeah. So the underwater sets are impressive. You know, the submarine base is impressive. Huge set that was, and it looks really, really cool on screen, I have to admit. Roger Moore. Now, again, Roger Moore said that this was his favorite Bond film. That's fine. And in fact, you'll find many Bond fans point to The Spy Who Loved Me as their favorite Roger Moore Bond film. That's fine, really. It's a good movie. But I think Roger Moore, performance-wise, I think he kind of took a step back in this movie. And I think for me, personally, he kind of stepped back into wooden stiff land in his
No.
yeah. Just, I mean, I'm sorry. That's just how I think about his performance. I mean, he was totally kicking ass in The Man with the Golden Gun. I love his performance in Man with the Golden Gun, but here I just thought he kind of went back to being kind of wooden. That's just my opinion. What can I say? But I mean, Bond fans love this movie. That's fine. Roger Moore loved it. That's fine. But I just thought he was kind of wooden here. Although I think his performances in his remaining films, or most of them at least, is really good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I like Roger Moore. He was my first James Bond. He has a lot of good movies in his era, and we'll be talking about a few of those in just a bit. We're talking about a good Bond movie right now. This is a good one, Spy Who Loved Me. But I'm just saying there are other Roger Moore Bond films that I like a little better than this one. That's really all I mean by that. So Roger Moore, you know, he's fine in this movie, but it's just not my favorite performance by him here. But we'll get to a better performance by him, in my opinion, with the next film. But anyway, Barbara Bach is a memorable Bond girl as Anya Amasova, the Soviet KGB agent who hooks up with Bond for this adventure. Although very interesting arrangement between them, because Bond killed Anya's lover on a previous mission. And she vows to Bond, you know, when this mission is over, I will kill you, you know. But of course, she's not going to really do it by the films. And of course, Bond charms her as only Bond can. But yeah, Barbara
British end up.
What's that?
He keeps the British end up.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He does indeed. But yeah, she's definitely a memorable Bond girl. Beautiful, good actress. Although she's more or less retired from acting these days, and she's perfectly content to be Mrs. Ringo Starr. That lucky bastard marrying Barbara Bach. Wow, you scored, Ringo. You really scored. Beautiful woman, but a good actress too. Give her credit. She's a good actress, and she made for one of the most memorable Bond girls. She's definitely one of the highlights of this movie. Not only her physical beauty, but you know, she's also tough. She's good with a gun. I think she also showed a little bit of martial arts stuff in this movie, a bit. And she's quite good. She makes a good partner to Roger Moore's Bond in this movie. So Barbara Bach, she's great. And of course, you got Richard Kiel, the late great Richard Kiel, as the memorable henchman Jaws, the big, huge dude with the steel teeth. I think he's great. He's definitely a 24-karat physical menace to Bond. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, the guy is huge and he's got the steel teeth.
Yeah, no need to go to the dentist.
No need. He's set for life with those teeth. And I'm happy that they will bring him back one more time for Moonraker, because he proved to be so popular in Spy Who Loved Me that they said, yeah, let's bring Jaws back for another one. But yeah, Richard Kiel, memorable henchman, terrific henchman as Jaws. He's terrific. And I guess I will also mention Carolyn Monroe, the lovely Carolyn Monroe, as Naomi, one of Stromberg's henchwomen, if you like, and personal pilot. She's not in the film for very long, but she does get them. She gets to be in the memorable action scene. She's the girl flying the helicopter and attacking Bond, although Bond gets the upper hand and blows up the chopper. but nonetheless, Carolyn Monroe, great to see her. Lovely woman she is. Great action scenes. I mean, I mentioned the car chase with the helicopter, and then of course, who can forget the classic car that Bond has in this movie, the Esprit car that turns into a submarine. Classic Bond car. I love the scene where it goes into the water and it turns into a sub. And of course, the funny scene where it reverts back to being a car and Bond drives it out of the water and onto the beach, and everybody's just staring as he drives on the beach. And he takes the fish out from the car and drops it on the outside of the car. That's a funny moment. I don't know. Of course, I mean, one of the most memorable stunts in the history of the Bond series is in this movie with the ski jump at the end, where the stuntman, again, I'm sorry, I don't remember the stuntman's name, but he did that long, huge ski jump off the cliff. It was also done in one take, and of course, he pops the Union Jack parachute at the end, and it is indeed one of the most memorable stunts you'll ever see in a Bond film. And again, it was shot, I think, in one take, and it is a memorable moment. So there's great action scenes in this movie. There's great locales. The cast overall are very good. Great production values. Good action scenes. Good moments of comedy. Again, I like The Spy Who Loved Me, but again, when I look back at the Roger Moore era, there's a few Bond movies in his era that I happen to like a little bit more than this one, even though I know that this is a popular Bond movie. And again, lots of Bond fans name it as their favorite Roger Moore Bond film. Even Roger Moore himself said he liked it the best, and that's fine. I totally respect that. So, but for me, it's a good, solid Bond movie from the Roger Moore era, but it's just not my favorite. But I like it. I still like it. I still give it a pass, of course. It's more than enjoyable.
Yeah.
So to wrap it up, I will give The Spy Who Loved Me a 7 out of 10.
Good. That's a good score. We'll take that. Okay, so Jackie, what do you think of The Spy Who Loved Me?
All those feathers and he still can't fly. Yeah, but The Spy Loved Me. What can I say about this film? It's an absolute classic. I think this is easily one of Roger Moore's best films. Not my favorite. I know a lot of people would say out of the 7 films that he did, this is easily his best. I can understand that, but for me personally, I give the slight edge to Live and Let Die. But Spy Loved Me, yeah, I think it's a great Bond movie. I think this is one of the Bond movies with the most epic scope. I mean, you've got so many locations. You've got, you've got the Swiss Alps. You've got Egypt. Under the sea. You've literally got it all. As the poster says, it's Bond and beyond, which I think would have worked better for the next film.
To infinity and beyond.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think the film begins in a great way. You got that opening where Bond is with a lady. And, you got Barbara Bach as Triple X, not that Triple X, but yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Jack. Don't you love that line when she says to him, "But I need you, James. So does England."
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Yeah. Yeah, he gets that telegram and he says, "Oh, but James, I need you. So does England." Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that opening ski chase is probably the best ski chase, I think, in the whole series. Just a really thrilling ski chase, and then you find out that the guy that Bond kills is actually Anya's lover. But I mean, that whole ski sequence is just fantastic, just really well done. And you got that music, that that soundtrack by Marvin Hamlish, which, yeah, it is a bit 70s, but it's one of the best Bond soundtracks. I listen to it constantly. The Bond 77 theme. It's just awesome. Yeah, but I love that whole sequence where Bond, he goes off, and he parachutes, and he opens up the Union Jack parachute. That's just an epic moment. In fact, it was so epic that apparently when Prince Charles watched it in the cinema, even like the whole audience stood up and applauded it. Even Prince Charles stood up and applauded that moment where he pulls the Union Jack parachute. Um, but yeah, then you get the song and title sequence, and for me, it's the best song and title sequence of the in Bond. Like the song "Nobody Does It Better" by Carly Simon. That's my favorite Bond song. I think it's beautiful. Um, and the title sequence by Morris Binder. I think this is his finest hour in terms of his Bond title sequences. And the film is just thrilling. I mean, from start to finish, it's everything you want in a Bond film. You've got action, romance, humor, and yeah, I think Roger Moore. I have to disagree with Alan. I think this is actually his best performance. I think Roger Moore's really settled into the role by now. I think Lewis Gilbert really helped him with this film, and I think Roger Moore is very confident in that. I love that whole sequence where he's with Annie on the boat, and she's like, "Oh, when necessary, shared bodily warmth." And he's like, "Oh, that's the part I like best." It's just very good. And I like the fact that Bond has to work with the Russians in this one. He has to work with Anya. And we find out that M stands for Miles, which I thought was quite funny. And you've also got the introduction of General Gogol in this film, who I think is a great character. And yeah, I mean, the henchmen here I think are great. I mean, you've got Jaws played by Richard Keel, who he's great in this. He's definitely probably my favorite Bond henchman. It's either Jaws or Tee. He's just great, and that sort of smile he gives, and you see his metal teeth shining. And I love that fight that he has with Bond on the train. That's a really great fight. And he's great, and I love that whole scene as well where he's in Egypt and he's ripping the van apart, and and I like the scene where all the the blocks fall on him, and Bond just says, "Oh, Egyptian builders," and that was really funny. Yeah, I mean, I think the film, there's just so many great action scenes. I like that scene as well. Which is, "Oh, my name's Bond, James Bond," and there's a nice reference to On Her Majesty's Secret Service where Anya says, "Oh, many lady friends, but married only once," and then Roger Moore's Bond says, "Okay, I think you've made your point," and it's a really great acting bit by Roger Moore. One thing I will say is Kurt Jurgens as Stromberg. He's my one weak link of the film. I think Kurt Jurgens is a very fine actor. Sorry, I was interrupted there. I think Kurt Jurgens is a very fine actor, but I just don't think Stromberg is the best Bond villain. And the reason for that is because they're originally going to have Blofeld in this film. The Bond producers originally wanted to have Blofeld in this film, but unfortunately, because of a rights issue of Kevin McClory, they couldn't have Blofeld in this film. So you have Kurt Jurgens as Stromberg, and I think he gives a good performance as Stromberg. But I think the problem with Stromberg is that he's not that physically threatening to Bond. They just sort of sit, like Alan said, he sits in his chair and he pushes a few buttons and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But I mean,
I think his death is also kind of stupid as well.
yeah, I did like that one line though, like where the guy's getting the helicopter and he blows it up and he's like, "Oh, take the 10 million out of their bank accounts. Tell the families that the funeral was at sea." That was quite funny. But I mean, one thing I will say is Ken Adam just outdid himself with the sets. Like that submarine hangar set is probably one of his best sets. I mean, everything about the set design. There's an epic scoop here. I love Atlantis, the sort of under, water, city that he's building, and he wants to cause a nuclear war between Russia and America, so he can create a sort of perfect, race of humans underneath the sea. I mean, it's a bit over the top. It's a bit cartoonish, but at the same time, this is fun. This is and it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And you some great action scenes. Like I love that whole scene where Bond's in a Lotus Esprit, and he's being chased by Jaws, and you got Carolyn Monroe in the helicopter, and he blows her up, and you've got that epic moment where the Lotus Esprit goes into the water and turns into a submarine. Yeah, it's a great sequence. And Caroline Munro, she's very attractive in this as well. And I like the line that Bond says, when she comes off the speedboat, and he's like, "Oh, what a handsome craft! Such lovely lines." It's quite funny. But I mean, there is some tension here as well. Like, there's that whole sequence where Andrea said, like, she finds out that Bond, killed her lover, and I think Roger Moore's acting there is very good. And he's like, he knew the risks, Andrea. I may have killed him, but he knew the risks. And she's like, when this mission is over, I'll kill you. Yeah, I mean, I think the finale on the hangar, the submarine hangar, is great, and I do like the outfit that Stromberg puts Anya in, with the bikini and all that, red bikini outfit. Yeah, that was quite nice. But yeah, I do think Roger Moore here is very good as Bond. Like I said, it's his best performance. He's the most confident. He's very suave here. I like that whole bit where they're going to blow up Atlantis with Stromberg, and he says, "Oh, I got to go back for Anya. Just give me 10 minutes or whatever." And he goes there and he saves her. And I did like that scene where her shirt got wet. That was quite nice. Barbara, shirt. But I think the ending is really good though, where she's pointing the gun at Bond, and she shoots the cork out of the bottle, and he says, "Could I have one last request?" And she says, "Oh, granted. Oh, let's get out of the wet things." That was very funny. And the ending, I think, is classic. Where you got General Gogol and M and Q there, and they're like, "Oh, Bond, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "Oh, just keeping the British end up, sir." And, nobody does it better. It's just a classic, scene to end the film on. So overall, I think The Spy Loved Me. This is easily one of Roger Moore's best Bond films, and one of my favorite Bond films of the entire franchise. It probably. This would be definitely my top 5 Bond films. I just think it's a total package. I think it's brilliant entertainment from start to finish, and it's so entertaining. This is one of the most entertaining Bond films of them all. And it's definitely a classic. I think it's up there with Goldfinger and Skyfall and On Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's definitely one of the very best Bond films, and this is what you want from a Bond film. This is what we all want from a James Bond film, and I just think it's it's a complete package. And I mean, my only little weak link is Kurt Jurgens' Stromberg. He's not the best, and all he said, his ending is a bit stupid, where he tries to kill Bond and then Bond just shoots him in the crotch. But I mean, he's not the worst villain either. I think Kurt Jurgens gives a good performance, but you could tell that they wanted Blofeld in this film, but they couldn't get him. But apart from that, I think it's a great film. Barbara Bach is one of the most beautiful Bond girls, and Roger Moore, this is easily his best performance, and it's just a complete thrill ride. So I'm going to close off by giving Spy Love Me an easy 10 out of 10. So yeah,
great, thank you, Jackie. Well, it won't surprise you to know, Alan, that I agree with Jack. I love The Spy Who Loved Me. This is a excellent Bond film. This is one of my one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, one of my favorites of the franchise. And it is my personal favorite Roger Moore James Bond film. I think this is the one where it all came together. I just feel like Moore is at the top of his game. This is my favorite performance from Roger Moore. He's just so cool. He's so confident. He's got a couple of tough moments. There's a moment when he chucks a guy off the roof when he says, "Where's
Feckish?" Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That's a great scene. Yeah, Pyramid. Yeah. What a helpful chap.
Yeah. As I was saying, when he chucks the guy off the roof and he says, "Where's Feckish?" The guy says, "Pyramids," and he knocks his tie off, and he's like, "What a helpful chap." So he does have a couple of tough moments, and I think Moore's suits in this film are quite nicer, actually. I think they look cool. The plot could be regarded as being very outrageous, but then again, it is a Bond movie, so it was made in the 70s, so I don't think it's entirely implausible. But no, I like the kind of outrageousness of the plot. And judging from the new trailer for No Time to Die, it looks like they've taken a bit of inspiration from this one with sort of the whole nuclear submarine thing and everything. But I mean, we'll see about the new film. But yeah, no, this is a great film. It's fantastic. It's great fun. I like the beginning when Bond has that ski chase and he's fighting all the goons and he leaves the woman in bed and he's like, "Oh, I need you, James." No, so does England. And you've got that awesome Bond 77 score. Marvin Hamlish composed a fantastic score for this film, and it's a shame he never came back because he did a great job. But yeah, obviously John Barry was on the radar, but I guess Barry wanted a bit of a break after doing The Man with the Gold Gun. And then there's that awesome parachute stunt, which is so classic, so iconic. They did it. Sky Movies did like a Bond special when Skyfall was coming out, and Jude Law talked about that moment. And he said he went to see The Spy Who Loved Me in the cinema when he was a kid, and everybody got up and applauded at that moment with the parachute. So that clearly was a very popular stunt.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know if you knew this either, Ollie, but apparently Prince Charles, when he saw the film, he stood up and applauded it as well. So, yeah.
Oh well, good. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a fantastic moment. It's definitely one of the best stunts. It's probably one of the best openings to a Bond film. One of the best pre-title sequences. It's so good. It's so thrilling, and I also like the character of Anya as well, Triple X. Obviously, the character is Triple X, not the movies. Barbara Bach. I mean, yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But Barbara Bach, yeah. Her acting is okay. She's a little stiff at certain lines, but generally speaking, she has good chemistry with Roger Moore, and she is his equal. It's nice to see Bond working with somebody who is an equal match to him, and she's a female as well, so that's nice. And obviously they're going to bed and whatnot and get together, but you know what? That's part of the Bond franchise, so I'm happy with that. And she outsmarts him on a couple of occasions. Like there's that moment where she kind of puts him to sleep at one point on the boat, and then she kind of ventures out on her own. Like she's not really up for working with him at first, but then he does eventually charm his way there. But she's a gorgeous woman. She is a drop dead gorgeous woman, and like Jack said, she wears some very sexy outfits. So, towards the end and earlier on actually. But yeah, the action is incredible. My God, this is some of the best action of the entire series. Already talked about the opening. The finale on the submarine is epic. Like Jack said, there is an epic scope to this film, and that doesn't go unnoticed. The final battle, I should say, is incredible. They really spent the time on this one to make sure that it was better than The Man with the Golden Gun. They wanted to make sure that they spent the money and they wanted to make it look as good as possible. And I think they generally also told a better story, personally. Other action scenes include the train fight, which is really impressive. And the Lotus Esprit sequence as well, I really like. The Lotus Esprit is a great car. I'm surprised it's never reappeared, but it's a great moment.
Sorry to interrupt. It did appear in For Your Eyes Only briefly, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose, but I suppose it doesn't really count, does it? But it's okay. Well, it counts, but it didn't do much. So. Yeah, this is the kind of main appearance it has, and then obviously when it goes underwater, which is kind of cool, and then it comes out from the sea, and then Roger Moore takes the fish out of the car, which is quite amusing. I think that's quite funny. Jaws is also very good. I love Richard Kiel as Jaws. I think he's one of the best henchmen we've had. Silent but deadly is definitely the phrase I would use to describe Jaws, and it's great that he was that popular that they brought him back for Moonraker. So that's great, but I prefer his appearance here, to be perfectly honest. But Jaws is amazing. He's one of the most iconic Bond henchmen, and those teeth, yeah, that will he'll have to say goodbye to his dental plan. I mean, he doesn't need one. Flipping hell. But yeah, and that's the thing. He's actually better than the main villain. Sadly, Stromberg is kind of the worst, the weakest aspect of the film. I agree with Jack. It's not so much the actor. Kurt Jurgens does a decent job with the material, but the character comes off as a Blofeld ripoff. He doesn't really make much of an impact. He doesn't get to do very much. He's not on screen for that long, and then he dies. His death is very anticlimactic, and some of his facial expressions are a bit over the top when he dies. He gets shot under the table. I did laugh at his death. I can't deny it. I thought some of his expressions were hilarious, but yeah, he's one of the weaker Bond villains, which is a slight shame. But yeah, and also, sorry, the title song, "Nobody Does It Better." I love it. It's probably the best Bond ballad that they've ever written, and the title sequence is also one of the best as well. How it's got the Union Jack and Roger Moore turning and shooting to the camera. He's running with the woman to the other side, and there's all the silhouettes and everything. The girl's swinging on the gun. It's very good and very stylish. So they clearly put a lot of effort into this one, which I really appreciate. And it doesn't drag. It moves at a great pace. It's like 2 hours 5 minutes or something. It's or 2 hours 10 minutes. It's not too long, and it moves at a great pace. And Roger Moore is finally, I think, really settled into the role. I mean, he's still got 4 movies to go, but yeah, I think Roger Moore's great in this film. So, and also the sets by Ken Adam. I can't talk about this film without mentioning the sets. The sets are incredible. Stromberg's lair is just incredible. I mean, can you imagine if he did actually have if Ken Adam was asked to design a set for Atlantis under the sea? That, I mean, you can only imagine what he would do. But yeah, to sum it up, The Spy Who Loved Me for me is a classic entry into the Bond series. My favorite Roger Moore film, so it's definitely high on my ranking, and I give it an easy 10 out of 10. So let's move on to the somewhat similar but somewhat different Moonraker, which is the 4th movie. And of course, this movie was following the success of Star Wars. It was a blatant cash grab. And I guess it basically rewrote the plot of The Spy Who Loved Me and just kind of put it in space, basically. So I'm going to hand the virtual microphone back to Alan. So Alan, please give us your thoughts on Moonraker, the 4th Roger Moore adventure.
Yes, thank you. Moonraker. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Again, checking the time. Okay, there we go. Yeah, well, as you say, the end credits in Spy Who Loved Me said James Bond will return in For Your Eyes Only. But 1977, when Spy Who Loved Me was released, that was the same year that Star Wars came out, and we all know what happened to that movie, don't we? And it was a mega blockbuster, and obviously producer Albert Broccoli couldn't resist sending Bond into space for his.
Yeah. Well, if there was ever a time to do it, it was then.
Yeah, that was the moment to do it. So For Your Eyes Only was delayed, and Moonraker became the follow-up film to The Spy Who Loved Me. But as you say, basically to cash in on the Star Wars sci-fi outer space craze that happened in 1977. That's fine with me. No complaints here. But that's how it worked out. What can I say? I mean, Moonraker, this is one of the most controversial of all the Bond movies. Like The Man with the Golden Gun, Moonraker seems to be a very hated Bond film. Lots of Bond fans hate Moonraker with a passion. Lots of film critics hate Moonraker with a passion. that they think this is one of the silliest of all the Bond films. Some have even mentioned Moonraker as their choice for the worst Bond movie ever. And yet it was a box office success. I mean, up until that point, it was the highest grossing Bond movie up to that time. And by the way, the thing about sending Bond into space, he only goes into space during the 3rd act of the film. He's not in space for the whole movie. He's very earthbound for the first 2/3 of the film. It's only in the 1/3, the last final act of the film, that he goes into space. But you know, I see nothing wrong whatsoever with sending Bond into space for one movie. You know, as a one-off, never to be repeated again. You know, Moonraker is fine. You know, sending Bond into space for the one and only time. It's a very fantastical Bond film, as you can imagine. But I'm going to be totally honest with you. Despite what the critics and what other Bond fans have to say about Moonraker, I have no shame in saying that Moonraker is my favorite Bond movie from the Roger Moore era. I love Moonraker. But I also have to say that that may have something to do with the fact that I have very nostalgic affection for Moonraker, because Moonraker was the very first Bond movie I ever saw. My mother took me to see Moonraker when I was 10 years old, And yeah, this movie was my introduction to the world of James Bond and Roger
How
Moore.
how spectacular was that experience? That must have been incredible on the big screen.
Seeing it on the big screen as a 10-year-old, yeah, I thought it was great. I thought it was amazing, and even though it wasn't the biggest screen you could see it on. I mean, there was another movie theater in town that had an even bigger screen, and sadly they just recently closed that theater, which was very sad. But so this was a smaller screen theater that I saw it in. But yeah, seeing it on the big screen as a 10-year-old and being the first time I ever got to see a James Bond movie, yeah, it made quite an impression on me, and I was totally oblivious to any and all bad reviews that it might have been getting at the time. I was completely unaware of that, but I thought it was great. And looking at the movie now, despite the obvious silliness that's going on in it, I still think it's great. Like I said, I have always said that I think there's a big difference between good silly and bad silly. And everybody, all the Bond fans and critics who hate Moonraker, obviously think that Moonraker is bad silly. I think Moonraker is wonderfully great silly. You know, this is a James Bond movie that knows it's a cartoon. It makes no apologies whatsoever. That's what it is. It's a very cartoonish Bond movie, but unapologetically so. And
Yeah,
either you can enjoy it on the level of cartoon fun or you can't.
yeah,
And I think it's wonderful.
it works.
Yeah, it works for me. And I've always said that this is a Bond movie that only could have worked for Roger Moore. I mean, his Bond fits Moonraker perfectly like a glove, and vice versa. You try to put Sean Connery or Daniel Craig or any of the other Bonds in Moonraker, it wouldn't have worked. Roger Moore, perfect.
Well, maybe
Absolutely
Lazenby, but even then, Roger Moore's probably the best fit.
Oh yeah, because you know Roger Moore's is the Bond who's great with a quip, and he's certainly the most lighthearted of all the Bonds. So Moonraker and Roger Moore go hand in hand like bread and butter. They really do. It's a perfect fit. And I think Roger Moore, I like him. I very much in this movie. I think he's very good. I think he's. I mean, he's got 3 Bond movies behind him. He's right smack in the middle of his time as Bond. He's got 3 Bond movies behind him. He's got 3 more Bond movies left to go. This is his 4th movie. He's right smack in the middle of his time as Bond. And obviously the success of The Spy Who Loved Me, I'm sure, was also a big boost for him as well in the acting department and his confidence in the role. And he clearly looks like he's having fun in this movie. And I think that definitely comes across in his performance. And this is definitely one of my favorite performances from him. Again, this is a Bond movie that only could have worked for Roger Moore, but I think he's wonderful in this movie and clearly enjoying himself, which I also appreciate. I just think Moonraker is a whole lot of fun if you can enjoy it on the level of cartoon Bond fun, and I do enjoy it on that level. I see nothing wrong with sending Bond into space for one movie, but again, most of the film is Earthbound. I think he's got a great cast behind him for this movie, even though I confess, as the main Bond girl, Holly Goodhead, yeah. Lois Childs, okay, not the greatest of actresses, or at least not judging by this movie. A lot of her line delivery is pretty flat. I mean, who can forget? Hang on, James.
Oh,
Flat. But I can't help but give Lois Childs a pass because she's just one of the most knockout gorgeous Bond women I've ever seen. I mean, stunningly beautiful woman she was back in the day. I mean, my God, you just can't take your eyes off her. I
was going to say, Alan, sorry to interrupt. She looks a bit like a young Lauren Bacall.
Yes, she does. She does have a very Lauren Bacall kind of aura about her. Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out, Jack. Thank you. Yeah, she does have a very Lauren Bacall-ish kind of thing about her going on. So, and she did go on to make other movies, and I don't think I've seen them. I'd like to think she was good in them, but I think this was her first big movie. And again, her performance, I have to confess, is pretty wooden, but God damn it, she is gorgeous. She's just so gorgeous. You just can't take your eyes off her. And I'm not sure what she has with Roger Moore you can actually describe as chemistry per se, but I do think they make a good pair. I do like seeing them together in this movie. So I'm just I mean, I'm not going to apologize, but just based on her obvious physical beauty, I'm going to give Lois Childs a pass and say I like her in this movie, if only just to look at her, and also because I think she is a good partner for Roger Moore in this movie, even if her acting is pretty wooden. You know,
Yeah.
I'm going to forgive her.
To be fair, Alan,
Yeah.
that's perfectly acceptable because most of these, well, all of these women are cast for their looks. Some of them obviously are better written than others, but
Hmm.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, they're cast based on looks. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Especially the other Bond girl of the film.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I'm a straight male. I'm attracted to women, and there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so there, you know, it's perfectly normal and natural. You know, so I like Lois Childs in this movie very much, but not for her acting. But she's nice to look at, and I think she's a really good partner for Roger Moore here. So okay, I'll give her a pass.
Oh God! And there's that last line when she says, "Take me around the world one more time."
Yeah, yes, yeah, yes, ma'am. With pleasure. With pleasure. Yeah. Oh, Roger Moore, you lucky, lucky guy.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I love the villain in this movie, Hugo Drax, played by Michael Lonsdale. Even though he's a very hammy villain, but I think he's wonderfully hammy. Actually, he's very understated in his performance. He's not so much "Mwahaha, I'm evil," but just what he says. You know, he's actually kind of calm for most of the film, until the end where he yells at Jaws, you know, expel them, you know. But other than
Yeah.
that, you know, he's very quiet. But I mean, how can you not like that line? You know, look after Mr. Bond, see that some harm comes to him.
Yes.
And
That's one of the best lines.
yeah, it's one of the best lines in the whole movie, and just some other things he says. You know, he says, "Would you like a cucumber sandwich?" or something like that when he's talking
Yeah.
to Bond. But I mean, he's actually very calm, very understated in the way he plays the baddie. But he has such great, you know, cartoon villain lines, and yet he delivers them with calm and you know, for the most part, other than that one bit where he blows up at Jaws. And I think he is a really good, memorable villain. Is he a hammy kind of villain, Hugo Drax? Based on the dialogue he has, yeah, he's hammy, but I think he's wonderfully hammy. But I like Michael Lonsdale's understated performance very much, and he's always been he's been a favorite villain of mine all these years and always will be. So I like Michael Lonsdale a lot as Hugo Drax. I think he's fun to watch in this. Of course, they bring back Richard Kiel, the one and only Richard Kiel as Jaws, because he was so popular in The Spy Who Loved Me. So he comes back one more time. And as far as the criticisms of this movie, that they make Jaws look like a complete fool in this movie, well, yes and no. I mean,
Mm,
he's more humorous. He gets put into more humorous situations, and of
mm,
course, they have Jaws fall in love, complete
mm.
with that orchestral kind of
Yeah.
music when he lays eyes on his lady love for the first time, and you know,
I
the
mean,
orchestral
she
music
literally comes out of nowhere. Like,
comes out in comes out of nowhere. I mean, with this blonde, you know, with her hair tied back and wearing glasses, but I guess the breasts, you know, no complaints about
yeah.
the breasts and what.
Well, here's to us.
Yeah, here's to us. Yeah, but yeah, he just lays eyes on her after, you know, crashing, and you know, she helps him out of the wreckage. He lays eyes on her, and then da 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 ya, da 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 da, and they walk off, and now they're in love. Um, yeah, okay, so they really amp up the humor with Jaws, but you know, I don't mind it at all, and I'm not ashamed to say I actually like Jaws better in Moonraker than I do in Spy Who Loved Me, because they give him more humorous situations to put him in. Okay, they didn't have to give him a girlfriend, I admit, but I don't mind. Again, this is a very cartoonish Bond film, so you want to give Jaws a girlfriend and turn him into a good guy by the end of the movie, fine, that's fine. I don't mind it at all. And I do think Richard Kiel is still very, very likable as Jaws. And yeah, he does turn good at the end and helps Bond at the end. And of course, the final shot of him having a drink with his girlfriend, and you know, well, here's to us, the one and only time we get to hear Jaws speak. But he's quite good. Yeah, rest in peace, Richard Kiel. You know, passed away a few years ago. Yeah, he's very missed. He's definitely one of the most memorable henchmen in James Bond and James Bond film franchise. Yeah, he's wonderful. I like Corinne Clary as Corinne Dufour, excuse me, Drax's personal pilot, who ultimately, falls under Bond's charms, and she helps
Mm.
Bond, but in the process, she betrays Drax, and Drax winds up having her killed. And actually, a scene that many people can describe as disturbing, where she's killed, although not
Yeah.
graphically, by the dogs.
I was just going to say, actually, for a film that people consider to be completely silly,
Yeah.
that they have that scene, which I suppose is jarring, tonally, because she gets killed by the dogs. It's like, oh god, it's
chasing her in the forest, and actually that scene goes on for a little while, And on the one hand, maybe I wouldn't have had that scene drag on as long as it is dragged when she's being chased in the forest by the dogs, and yet somehow it works. I mean, John Barry's music for that scene is good, and I don't know, I mean, it's well shot. It's a well shot scene. And in the end, you do feel really bad for Corinne. That's a beautiful woman. She held on, but she pays the price for helping him. So it's a scene that didn't need to go on as long as it did, and yet it's still a powerful scene. And for the brief time that Corinne Clary is on screen, I mean, she's very good in her part, and again, very beautiful woman besides. I liked her in the movie for the brief time that she has. I also liked Emily Bolton, also as Manuela, who's another. She's another contact for 007. Bond meets her in Rio. Her screen time is, I think, even shorter than Corinne Clary's, but still, she's good for what part she does have in the film. Very beautiful woman too. Besides, I like the scene with her and Bond at the Mardi Gras where they meet Jaws, and she almost gets killed by Jaws, but Bond steps in, and she actually survives. She doesn't get killed. You think that her character Manuela would have been killed, but she lives. She survives it. We don't see her again in the film anymore, which is a shame. But I mean, for the brief time that she's there, I like her. Great production values in this movie. The great sets. And again, all the stuff in outer space when we finally go into outer space. The film did get an Oscar nomination for the visual effects, and well deserved, I think. Although Alien, I think, was the ultimate winner, but Moonraker was nominated. So I love the outer space shots, and the set of Drax's base in space. And yes, okay, you could argue that this is basically a rewrite of The Spy Who Loved Me, with the villain wanting everybody to go into space, abandon Earth and go into space instead of live under the sea. And maybe it is, but again, I really don't mind. Again, this is such a cartoonish Bond movie, but wonderfully cartoonish. I just go with it,
I mean, when the film crosses a line, you kind of just don't worry about that anymore.
yeah, exactly. Now, one criticism I'm not going to argue with, but again, I think it adds to the fun of the movie, is all the shameless product placement. I have never seen so much product placement in a Bond movie before. I mean, you got product placement for Marlboro cigarettes and British Airways.
7-Up.
What, Rolex watches, 7-Up, yeah, exactly, 7-Up. I mean, shameless product placement all over the movie, but I think it's funny. I think it adds to the film. But if somebody else wants to attack the movie for the product placement, I mean, I understand. Because, I mean, it's shameless product placement. I mean, shameless. But I think it adds to the fun of the movie, so I don't have any problems with it. Great action scenes and location stuff. You've got Bond in the glider. The beautiful boat. I mean, that amazing boat that he drives. And he goes into the glider to escape the boat before it goes over the waterfall. That's probably the most amazing boat I've ever seen Bond drive in a movie. That is a kick-ass boat. I would like to buy that boat. That's such a great boat. And of course, the great action scenes like the opening parachute jump with Bond escaping Jaws, in the parachute. That's a great scene as well. Lots of great location stuff. I guess I should wrap it up because I'm going over time. But the bottom line for me is that I know perfectly well that Moonraker is a very cartoonish Bond film. Haters are always going to hate. If there are Bond fans who hate this movie, if there are critics who hate this Bond movie, fine, go ahead and hate it. But I don't give a shit. I love this Bond movie. And like I said, I have nostalgic affection for it because it was my very first Bond film. Besides, but I really truly love this film. I think it's great, tremendous fun if you can just go along with the cartoonish flow of it. And I've never had a problem going along with the cartoonish flow of Moonraker.
Yeah.
I think Roger Moore is wonderful in this film. He's clearly having a great time, and that I think that definitely comes across on the screen. And
Also,
I just love it.
you know, you're a Star Wars fan as well, so I guess that part of it is
Oh,
appealing.
sure. I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm a science fiction fan. So they want to send it a Bond. They want to send Bond into space for one movie. That's fine. I would probably not like it if they send Bond into space more than once, but just once, sure, why not? And so they did it the one time. They've never done it again, and that's fine. For this one movie, I'm fine with it. So the haters can hate, but gosh darn it, I love Moonraker. Always have, always will. It's my favorite Bond movie with Roger Moore. I won't say it's a perfect movie, but gosh darn it, I love it. So I give Moonraker a 9 out of 10.
Ooh, that's a great rating. Well, thank you, Alan. We'll hand over to Jack. Jack, what do you think of Moonraker?
Shit. Okay, let's move on to you. No, joking. Moonraker. I agree with Alan on this one. I really like Moonraker. This is a very divisive Bond film. I know that for sure. I think this is the Marmite film of the franchise. You either love it or you hate it. And
Yeah,
I do know people. I do know people who hate this film. My cousin thinks it's shit, and I know some people who'd rank this at the very bottom of all the Bond films, even worse than Die Another Day, which I disagree with. But I know Brian Lomax Movie Talk, he says it's the worst Bond film. So yeah, there are definitely people who despise this movie and who hate this movie. And you know, if there's people out there who don't like this film, who think it's crap, I understand that. You know, this is very far removed from Ian Fleming's original vision of Bond, and um, but like Alan, I think the reason I like this one is because yeah, it's just a camp laugh. This is a Bond film that it's silly, but it's good silly. It's a cartoon, you know. It's not ashamed of the fact that it's a fun romp. It's not ashamed of the fact that it's going into more of a silly territory. It sort of, you know, it takes the campiness and silliness of the whole thing, and it runs with it, which I think is really great. I think the beginning of the film is excellent, where you've got Bond in this plane, and we see that he's thrown out of the plane, and we have an excellent skydiving sequence. One of the best openings, I think, to a Bond film, where you got Bond and Jaws, and Bond's trying to get hold of this parachute, and it's just a terrific, it's a terrific stunt. It's a terrific piece of stunt work there, where they're skydiving and falling through the air. And I mean, even though one thing I will say, it is kind of obvious sometimes when you look at it. You could tell, when it's Richard Kiel, and you could tell when it's a stunt double, but at the same time, doesn't really detract from the fact that it's a great opening sequence. And yeah, it's great to see Jaws back. And then you get the title sequence and the theme song, and I think this is probably the last good Morris Binder title sequence. I think, from the 80s onwards, his title sequences are a bit generic. I quite like the title sequence here. It's quite visually nice. The song Moonraker by Shirley Bassey, I will admit it's not the best Bond song. It's definitely not one of the best, but I don't think it's one of the worst either. I mean, yes, it is a bit of a sugary ballad, and their lyrics don't make a huge amount of sense. But Shirley Bassey, she really belts it out. She really sings with all her soul. And I actually quite like the song. I actually quite like Moonraker as a song, even if it's not the best. It's sort of a guilty pleasure song for
I
me.
think
But
out of the three that Shirley did, it's probably her weakest one.
yeah, I mean, I'll admit that. But for me, I still enjoy it nonetheless. I can listen to Moonraker, and it doesn't piss me off like maybe some of the other Bond songs down the other day. But yeah, no, I think Roger Moore here is really good in this, and I think after this film, like from For Your Eyes Only, onto A View to Kill, he seemed to have aged a bit more, but he was 51 or 52 when he did this film, and he looks great for his age. He looks younger, in fact, and I think this is one of Roger Moore's best performances. He has some of the best lines in the entire series in this one. Like, I love that scene where he's with Hugo Drax and they're hunting for pheasants. And he's like, "Oh, you missed Mr. Bond." And then Bond shoots his shotgun. He's like, "Oh, did I?" And then we see the assassin falls from the tree and he says, "Oh, like you said, such good sport." That's quite funny. And I think the villain here, Hugo Drax, played by Michael Lonsdale, he's one of the best Bond villains, I think. I mean, he's got a lot of villainous charm to him. And I think he has some great lines like, "Oh, could I press you to a cucumber sandwich?" And, take care of Mr. Bond, see if some harm comes to him. And, later on, where it's like, "Oh, desolate Mr. Bond," I mean, he's a very good villain, I think. And, yeah, I think Michael Lonsdale is great. And there's that great scene as well where Bond comes back into the room where he found the poison vial and they're wearing gas masks. And he's like, "I simply do not understand this British humor." That was quite funny. So I think he's a good menace to Bond in this film. There's some good scenes in here. I mean, people sort of cast this off and say it's sort of a ridiculous film, but there are some quite good serious moments in this. Like, I like the scene where Bond's in that machine that sort of simulates G-force, gravity, and I think Roger Moore's acting there is really great. When Bond's about to pass out because that Chinese ninja guy, he sort of he turns the machine to make it go faster, and I like the bit afterwards where he just sort of adjusts his tie and he's kind of fucked up by the whole thing. That was pretty good. There's some pretty fun action scenes here. Like, I love that whole fight in Venice where Bond's fighting that ninja guy in the glass house, and they're just smashing up every cabinet, of glass. And I mean, it is a bit ridiculous how Bond, he's just wearing a shirt, for God's sake, but he's not cut to pieces, from falling through his glass. But it's a great sequence, and then he throws the Chinese henchman out the clock tower, and he says, "Oh, play it again, Sam," which is quite a nice, funny reference to Casablanca when he throws him through the piano. Yeah, I think the locations are great here. I think Lois Childs, I think, is quite good as Dr. Goodhead. Yeah, she's not the greatest actress, but I still think she's quite good, and she has some nice chemistry with Roger Moore. And yeah, Lois Childs, probably the most stunning Bond girl, or one of the most stunning Bond girls. And
Yeah,
I do
baby.
like that. I do like that scene where she first meets Bond, and he's in his he's in her bedroom. And she's got like all these gadgets from the CIA, like a dart that comes out of her book and everything. And she brings a lot of glamour to the role, and I think she's quite good. And I mean, as for the product placement, I thought that some of that was quite funny, like when they're in the van, and Bond throws that guy out of the ambulance, and he goes into that British Airways sign, and it says, "We'll take care of you." Like, that made me laugh.
Yeah.
And you got 7 Up as well. I mean, what's great about Moonraker is it has some of the best action of the Bond series. Like, that whole fight in the cable cart scene with Jaws is great. And actually, one of the stuntmen nearly died during that sequence. He nearly slipped and fell off the cable cart. But no, that's a great sequence. And I like the bit where, like, she's like, "Oh, who is he?" He's like, "Oh, he's Jaws. He kills people." And she's like, "Oh, do you know him?" Not socially, That's quite funny. But and she says, "Oh, hang on, James." He's like, "Oh, the thought had occurred to me." But yeah, no, it's just a lot of great action here. Yeah, I mean, people say this is a film where Bond goes into space, and he only goes into space for the last half hour of the movie. The first hour and 30 minutes of the film is set on Earth, so it's only the final half an hour of the film. But I can understand if people think it's sort of stretching believability, which is understandable. I did like Corrine. I thought she was a good character. And I like Emily Bolton as well. Like I like that line that Bond says, "Oh, how do you kill 5 hours in Rio if you don't samba?" And that scene where Jaws is trying to kill her, and then Jaws is pretending to dance along the dance with the party that's going past. That was pretty funny. And yeah, you have some good action here. Like I like that boat chase, and then it leads to Drax's waterfall hideout. I thought that was very good. And I like that bit afterwards where Bond falls in and the snake's trying to kill him, and he's trying to the snake wraps itself around Bond, and he gets rid of it, and then he's like, "Oh, Mr. Bond, what happened to the snake?" And Bond says, "Oh, I discovered he had a crush on me." That's quite funny. So Roger Moore has a lot of good one-liners here, and I think he's totally having a ball with this film. And the final half hour in space, I'm going to be honest here. I'll take the final space battle in Moonraker any day over the final underwater battle in Thunderball. Sorry, Alan, but yeah, I take the final space battle in Moonraker any day over the underwater fighting in Thunderball. But yeah, I mean, I think as well, John Barry's soundtrack is really good. And one thing though, I will say, sort of a weak point of the movie is the plot is just exactly the same as Spy Love Me. Instead of him building a world under the sea, it's him building a world in space, and he's going to drop these poison vials on the Earth, and I think I mean, Bond has reused plots from films before, but I think having the film after Spy Love Me had the exact same plot. It was a bit a bit too similar, I will say, but I did like the fact as well, Jaws had a change of heart. I thought it was done well. He falls in love with I think it's Dolly, that's her name or something like that. But yeah, I mean that seems quite funny when they played the music. But yeah, I mean I think Jaws he's not as good as The Spy Love Me, but I still think he's good here. And I do like the ending where he gets the champagne. He's like, "Well, here's to us." That's quite funny. Yeah, I think the ending was pretty good where Bond, he confronts Drax and he's like, "Oh, desolate Mr. Bond," and then, Bond shoots him with the dart gun and he says, "Oh, heartbroken Mr. Drax," and he says, "Oh, take a giant leap for mankind." And then he opens the vacuum and she's like, "Oh, where's Drax?" And he's like, "Oh, he had to fly." The one-liners here are very funny. So, I mean, this is definitely a popcorn munching Bond film. This is, a Bond film you could watch and get out the popcorn and have a bit of fun with. I also have to say I did like the scene where the dogs killed Karine. That was quite a dark sequence, but nonetheless, that was well done. One thing I will say was I wasn't a fan of the double take pigeon. Like, that was John Glenn's decision, the double take pigeon. That was a bit... I thought to myself, okay, you're going a bit too far there. But I did like the gondola that went on land. That was good. But the double take pigeon was a bit much. But the ending where Bond has to, shoot that final vial, it did remind me a bit of A New Hope. I think they did sort of copy a little bit of A New Hope, where he's trying to destroy that final poison vial before it gets into the Earth's atmosphere. Is that I could someone should just do an edit of that, and Obi-Wan saying to Roger Moore like, "Oh, use the Force, Bond."
Funny you say that. In Calvin Dyson's original Moonraker review, he did edit some of the Star Wars clips. When Han Solo says, "Oh, you're all clear, kid. Now blast off," and he intercut that with Roger Moore in Moonraker. So yeah, clearly they looked at Star Wars and thought, let's just copy the climax of Star Wars and have have something like that. So yeah.
No, but I mean, just to wrap up, I did like the final scene. It's one of the best scenes in Bond where they're like, "Oh, what the hell's Bond doing?" And then Q says, "Oh, I think he's attempting re-entry, sir." And and then Lois Childs, Goodhead says, "Oh, take me around the world one more time." And I kind of like that. It was a nice way to end the film. And yeah, sadly, Bernard Lee's last performance is and for me, he was the best. I think Bernard Lee's the best and it's a shame that he passed away. But nonetheless, I thought it was a good film from then on. So, in conclusion, I pretty much agree with Alan. I think it's a fun romp. It's a ton of fun. Yes, I can understand people hate this. I can understand if a lot of Bond fans out there despise this movie because it's very far removed from Ian Fleming's vision of Bond. But it's a camp laugh. As a fan of Star Wars, it's it's nice to have a Bond film that's sort of Star Wars-esque. And yeah, Bond only goes into space for one adventure, and I think it's a ton of fun. My only problem with it really is the plot is just exactly the same as Spy Love Me. So for that reason, I can't give it full marks, but I'll be generous and I'll give this one a 9 out of 10. So yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jackie. Well, as for me, I really like Moonraker. Yeah, I really do like it. It isn't perfect, and I think that's definitely something that everyone agrees on. It's not a perfect film by any stretch, but it is definitely, as Jack said, it's the Marmite Bond film. You either love it or you hate it. And for me, I'm more on the love side. I kind of like it. Of course, the film is a blatant cash in on Star Wars, and me being a Star Wars fan, I'm not going to say no. I think as Alan said, the fact that they only chose to send Bond into space just the once is fine. So obviously if they're not going to do it again, although they tried to recreate this in a Bond video game called 007 Legends, where they had, for some reason, in all the levels, you had to play as Daniel Craig's Bond, and they had levels for Moonraker, and they modernized the whole thing. It looked a bit weird, but anyway, the film itself is pretty good. I mean, it's fun.
Say yes, Ollie.
Oh God, let's not on this occasion. Moonraker it's a movie that you've got to kind of take it on the chin. You can sit and complain about how silly it is all day, or you can just go along for the ride, and that's what I did. I just went along for the ride. It does have its issues. Yes, some of the silliness is too much. I think the double take pigeon is totally unnecessary. It is a bit out of place. It is ridiculous. It's not something you'd ever see in a Bond film. It's a stupid edit. It disrupts the flow of the action scene as well. It makes literally no sense. I find Jaws getting a girlfriend also kind of unnecessary. I like Jaws' character, like his change of heart in the story, but him having a girlfriend doesn't really add much to the story. I would have taken her out, to be perfectly honest, but it doesn't damage the film as such. But it's just unnecessary for me. There's also a couple of minor pacing issues, I think, and it doesn't drag too much, but just in the middle, there's a couple of slow moments. But also, I agree about the product placement. It is overdone and overused. But and I think Lois Chiles isn't the best actress, to be honest. Her performance is a little wooden, but Dr. Holly Goodhead, lol. She's not a bad one, I mean, she's certainly gorgeous. I mean, she is knockout gorgeous. That's the truth. I think we all agree on that. The plot is pretty much a rehash of The Spy Who Loved Me, which is another reason why I can't give it a perfect mark. It's just basically the same. It's just in space. That's kind of it. But to be fair, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, it kind of works. They kind of make it work. I kind of went along with it. But it is silly, and some of the moments here are a little bit bizarre. I mean, I suppose as well that Kareem, the other Bond girl, she's very good. She's quite attractive. I mean, she's not on screen for very long. Her death is a bit dramatic. Perhaps it's a bit jarring in tone. It's compared to the rest of the film, but I still think it's an effective sequence. It is kind of disturbing when you think about it. Drax, I love the villain. Drax, he's a great villain. I think he is just a fantastic villain. Like you said, the way he speaks, take good care of Mr. Bond. See that some harm comes to him. Like, he doesn't really yell until the end when he says, "Jaws, you will obey me. Expel them." He does have his moments where he probably gets a bit hammy towards the end, but it works. For this film, it honestly works. And I think this film is an incredible spectacle for nothing else. The opening scene is one of my favorites, actually, with Bond and Jaws fighting in midair. Like, that is just incredible. The way they filmed that was pretty, excellent. I mean, it does end in a particularly silly way with Jaws falling into a circus, but whatever. That's what Moonraker is. It's a bit of a circus. I also like the space battle. Actually, I did get a kick out of that. I mean, and yes, Bond only does go into space at the end, so it's not too bothersome. It only goes into space in the third act, which I think is fine. It's not much of a problem. But the laser space fight is great, and I think Ken Adams' set is incredible. Once again, he really has outdone himself. Other action scenes would include the gondola chase. Yeah, that one was good. This isn't really an action scene, but the G-force sequence I always found pretty intense as well. And Bond has that kind of wristwatch shooter or something in his arm, which I quite like. I thought that was kind of cool. There's a part when Bond is being chased by Jules in a boat. That was really good. I think there's a part also when Bond has to fight. I think it's a snake. As he fights a snake in a little pond or a river or something before he arrives at the space station, which is interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of action. There's a lot of spectacle. The MI6 regulars actually are good here. We haven't really mentioned them much in this hangout yet, but yeah, like Lois, not Lois Charles, Lois Maxwell and Bernard Lee do great, and Desmond Llewellyn, they all do great. Like you say, the end when he says, "Oh, I think he's attempting re-entry," sir. And it's very sad that this was Bernard Lee's last Bond movie, because obviously he passed away after this film. And then in For Your Eyes Only, the next one, there is no M, which I think which was a nice decision out of respect. But Bernard Lee in his last performance, I mean, he's been great. I mean, it's probably not his best performance because he doesn't get a huge amount to do, but it's certainly a good performance. He's never given a bad performance. So yeah, by Bernard Lee, the original M. It's sad to see him go. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the cable car scene is also really good. I really like that. Like I say, the dialogue there is quite funny when Bond says, "Oh, his name's Jaws. He kills people." I like that, and the fact that Jaws can actually bite the cable car with his teeth, like the wire. That is pretty impressive, to be fair. But yes, Goodhead does deliver that kind of awful line when she says, "Hang on, James, the thought had occurred to me." Yeah, a little bit stiff, to be honest. But Moonraker's a ton of fun, and also like visual effects is for the time are very impressive. So they clearly went all out to get the best visual effects supervisors to work on the film, to make the space battles look great. And I've always found this one fun. I mean, some people have, like Sam Harrison, one of my subscribers, he questions why I like Moonraker, but I don't like Diamonds Are Forever. Well, I'm sorry, Diamonds Are Forever, I just can't get into it. I just cannot get into that film. I know Jack likes it, and that's fair enough if he likes it, but I personally just feel Moonraker is more fun. And also,
would you say the humor works better in Moonraker than Diamonds Are Forever?
Yeah, I would say that. And also, I'm more of a Star Wars fan. I guess the Star Wars vibe of Moonraker just appeals to me more. Like Diamonds Are Forever, for me, the story's boring, the plot doesn't go anywhere, and I just think Connery's not. It doesn't suit Sean Connery for me. But that's we did a hangout on the Connery movies before, and also the song Moonraker. I'm not a great fan of the Moonraker song. It's all right, like it's a belter. Shirley Bassey belts it out. But the lyrics make absolutely no sense. Like you can tell that they rushed the song. It just sounds weird. It's just a very strange song. But it's like it doesn't make any sense. What the hell is a Moonraker? Why does it go in search for gold? But whatever. It's a pleasant tune, but it's not lyrically. It's poor. The title sequence is quite nice and colourful, I suppose. So it's good. So overall, I mean, Moonraker, it's a good one. Lewis Gilbert did a good job directing it. When he basically made the same film as the previous one, but in space. So I will give it a solid score of 8 out of 10. I think it's a great film. And I also like Jaws' change of character and his line at the end when he says, "Oh, well, here's to us." And it's kind of sad that he gets blown up at the end with his girlfriend, but at least he dies in love and happy. So that's kind of good. So yeah.
No, Jaws survived.
Oh, he survived.
They said he and his girlfriend that they landed because they were on that piece of satellite that broke off, and they landed safely. I think even Bond says that. He sees them flying off in the distance, and he says, they'll be all right. So apparently they lived.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I totally forgot. It's been a while since I've watched it. But thank you for that. So, nearly 2.5 hours in. That's not bad going. We've done 4 films, so now we are on to the 5th movie, For Your Eyes Only. Now, this one is going to be a bit more divisive, so I think I'll hand the baton over to Alan. So, Alan, please take it away with For Your Eyes Only.
Yeah, very interesting how, where we agree on the Roger Moore Bond films and where we disagree on them. This is, you get a little bit of everything in this hangout that we're doing today. I like that. But yeah, For Your Eyes Only, Roger Moore's 5th Bond film and his first Bond film of the 1980s. And obviously, with the spectacle of Moonraker and sending Bond into space, they wanted to literally bring Bond back down to Earth for the next adventure. And that's precisely what they did with For Your Eyes Only. And speaking for myself, I've always enjoyed For Your Eyes Only. This has always been one of my favorite Roger Moore Bond films, and I am kind of surprised when I come across some Bond fans who say that they don't like For Your Eyes Only.
You mean us, like us?
Yeah. I mean, why are you guys being so mean about For Your Eyes Only? Well, I guess you'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah, because I want to know. I want to know what. Yeah, what exactly is your problem, you guys? Yeah, what, For Your Eyes Only? You don't like it, huh? What? I mean,
if it makes you feel better, I don't hate the movie. I give it a pass.
I know. I mean, that's fine. I mean, to each their own. And even if you did hate it, okay, fine. I mean, to each their own. But
yeah.
But I've always enjoyed this one. Some people may be shocked to find that I like Moonraker and The Man with the Golden Gun a little better than it, because like, what? You're not supposed to like Man with the Golden Gun. Golden Gun sucks. Moonraker sucks. How can? It's my opinion, okay? It's my opinion. So I'm already telling you that 2 of my favorite Roger Moore movies are movies that some fans and critics don't like so much. But love Man with the Golden Gun, love Moonraker. But I really like For Your Eyes Only a lot. And I think one of the reasons why I like it is because, once again, besides the fact that they're bringing Bond literally back down to Earth for this one, although, hey, they're entitled to do one big fantastical spectacle Bond movie. And, of course, that was Moonraker. And I love Moonraker. But I've always liked For Your Eyes Only. I think Roger Moore is great in this movie. I mean, obviously, this now being his 5th movie, he's more than comfortable playing the role. It's like he's putting on a nice, comfortable pair of shoes in this one, and I think he's very solid in this movie. I think he's now early 50s at this point, or just about early 50s when he did this one. Still looking good though, and still very likable, still very charming in the role, and I think it's a fine performance by him in this movie. Carol Bouquet is a wonderful Bond girl, and again, another lovely woman as a Melina Havelock, and she's a very resourceful lass herself, and she's really good with a spear gun, and she can definitely take care of herself just fine. But yeah, she has a lot of appeal, a lot of class, a lot of style about her. Lovely woman she is, and very good actress. And I thought she held her own really well with Roger Moore. I think they make a good pair in this one. Let's see. I enjoy the overall story a lot. I just think it's a really good, solid adventure for Bond. Let's see. I'll get back to the plot in a moment because I was talking about the cast quite a bit. I think Julian Glover is a very good Bond villain. He may not be the most memorable Bond villain because, again, he's not much of a physical menace, although he's a marvelous actor. Julian Glover, he's done a lot of stuff. We've seen him on Doctor Who. He was the bad guy in Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. He's done a lot of stuff.
Empire Strikes Back.
Thank you. Empire Strikes Back. Yes, you can be in your landing shorty.
Even in Harry Potter, he voices Aragog the Spider.
Oh, that's him voicing the Spider. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's pretty cool. And of course, he's in one of our all-time favorite Doctor Who stories, City of Death, with Tom Baker. He also appeared in The Crusade with William Hartnell. Thankfully, his big argument scene with Jane Marsh, that scene still survives. Thank goodness. It would be a tragedy if we lost that. So yeah, very talented actor. He's done a lot of work all over the place, and I like him here as Christados. But again, he's just not the greatest of villain just because he's not much of a physical menace at all, but I guess he's a good intellectual menace for Bond. And again, he's a great actor, Julian Glover. So I liked him in the role, even though there are other Bond villains that not probably, there are better Bond villains than Christados. But I think he's a good villain, not great villain, but a good enough villain. And again, you've got Julian Glover playing him, so I like seeing him in this. Yeah, more great people in the cast. Let's see. Well, I guess I also got to mention, I guess, Topol, who lots of people probably know best for Fiddler on the Roof. If I were a rich man, but Topol, he plays Milos Colombo. He is a great character, Milos Colombo, and I love the fact that he has this thing for eating pistachio nuts. He's constantly eating pistachio nuts, even when they're on a mission. He's on a mission with Bond, and he's still eating the pistachio nuts. And he has one of my favorite lines in the Bond film franchise: "Bond, you have what the Greeks call throsos, guts." He's a great presence in this movie. He's very, very likable, and he's a great partner for Bond in this movie. So it's great to have Topol on board for this. Now I know my cohorts today and some other Bond fans are not particularly keen on Lynn Holly Johnson as BB. And I know you guys are going to say you think BB is annoying, and if you think she's annoying, okay, fine. But
what makes you say that?
Yeah. Well, I like her. I like the fact that she's just this totally man-hungry girl who literally wants to throw herself on top of James Bond and have her way with him.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the thing is, though, and I can understand why this makes some people uncomfortable, the fact that her character is underaged. Although, truth be told, Lynn Holly Johnson, I believe, was in her early 20s, I think, when she played the part. So the actress was definitely of age, but the character
It's not so much the fact that she was underage, it was the age difference between her and Moore.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Yeah, and the fact that there's the scene where she tries to seduce him, although I love the fact that Bond does have the decency to say no and offers to buy her an ice cream cone instead. So way to go. So even Bond knows, the rules and knows decency, that he would never ever sleep with an underage girl. No way, even if she is cute. And I do think Lynn Holly Johnson is very cute, and she was of age when she played the part. But considering she's playing an underage girl, yeah, I'm glad that Bond politely turns down her advances. But I just like the fact that she's just this man-hungry girl and wants to jump on top of Bond. So you can say she's annoying, I guess, but I'm gonna give her a pass. I like her, as a comical Bond girl. I like BB, and I mean, if you guys hate her, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you, but I like BB, and I like Lynn Holly Johnson in this movie. I think she's funny. We also have to make mention, of course, of the late great Cassandra Harris as Countess Lisa von Schlaff, that Bond has a brief dalliance with, and of course, she was the real life wife of Pierce Brosnan, a future James Bond. Sadly died of cancer, I think, back in the 90s. Lovely woman, good actress. Pierce Brosnan was a very lucky man being married to her, and she gives a very good supporting performance as the Countess. And when she gets killed in this movie, it's very, very sad, very, very sad. It's a powerful moment in the film. But yeah, Cassandra Harris, rest in peace, and she was very good, I thought, as the Countess. Love the locales in this film. I think that the scene with Bond doing the rock climbing, some people might consider some of that stuff boring, because Bond does climb the rocks for a while towards the end. And even though Bond is going to survive, I mean, how can he not? But it's still, for me, it still winds up being a real nail-biting scene. I mean, Bond comes very, very close to losing his life climbing those rocks. But I believe that he was on the rocks, even though I don't doubt that Roger Moore himself was in no danger whatsoever when he was performing, that it was all stuntmen doing the real rock climbing. But still, I really did believe that Bond was climbing the rocks, and that's in no small part thanks to Roger Moore's fine performance in this. And it is still pretty nail-biting stuff for me, even when I watch it now, even though we know Bond will survive. But I still like that scene very much. There's a lot of tension there. The scene where Bond and Columbo are fighting the baddies at a pier, I think, and there's like oil cans or something like that at the pier. there's a bit where Milos uses the pistachio nuts as a way to attack the bad guys or have them trip on the floor. That's a good scene. Of course, the opening scene where I really like that scene at the end where the movie opens with Bond visiting the grave of his late wife, Tracy. Rest in peace, Diana Rigg. We love you. We miss you. But yeah, it opens with Bond visiting the grave of his wife, Tracy, and he lays the flowers on the grave. And I thought that was a wonderful way to start the film. But of course, that then leads into a great action scene on a helicopter where Bond is trapped on this out of control helicopter. And it's quite clearly that the villain in that opening scene is Blofeld. I mean, we never see his face, but it clearly is him. He's got the bald head. He's in the wheelchair. It's clearly Blofeld, but we don't see his face. But I do like how Bond gets out of that jam and how he winds up getting control of the helicopter, and with the helicopter legs, he scoops up Blofeld and drops him down the smokestack, leading into the theme tune by Sheena Easton. So I think that whole opening scene is really good. I've always liked the theme tune sung by Sheena Easton, who actually appears on screen to sing the song. I think the one and only singer to actually appear on screen singing the song. I mean, yeah, I know Madonna got a cameo in Die Another Day, but I mean, we actually
that doesn't count.
Yeah, that doesn't count. Yeah, Sheena Easton, we see here on screen during the credits singing the tune, and she was indeed a very lovely lady back in the day. Lovely Scottish lass, Sheena Easton, and great to see her on screen singing the tune. Yeah, sure, that was a nice touch. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the action scene with Bond on I guess he's on skis on a bobsled run being chased by the bad guy on a motorcycle. That's a lot of fun. The scene where Bond and just a moment, Bond and Melina are in Melina's cheap looking Volkswagen car. And they're being chased by the bad guys, and they're going down the hills, and that's a fun scene. I've always enjoyed that. I see. I've already mentioned the rock climbing scene. There's a lot of great locales. Oh, and of course, For Your Eyes Only also goes briefly underwater. Definitely shades of Thunderball and shades of The Spy Who Loved Me, where Bond and Melina go underwater. Although I have to admit, one of my criticisms of For Your Eyes Only, there's a couple of scenes where we're supposed to believe that Bond and Melina are underwater, and they clearly aren't. I mean, it's like they put like a glass thing in front of Roger Moore and Carol Bouquet, and they're blowing like wind machines behind them as if their hair is bobbing in the water. They're clearly, in fake bubbles. They're clearly not underwater during those particular shots. It's not very convincing, those particular shots. But that's one of my very few criticisms of the film. I love the scene where Bond is fighting the bad guys in the ice rink, smacking them with the hockey sticks, and he scores points. He knocks them into the hockey net. Ding, scores some points. That's fun. I think there's a lot of good stuff going on here. I think I said I like the locales in this movie as well. And I think at the center of it all is Roger Moore's very fine performance as 007 here. He's very very likable in this. And I just think it's great fun. I don't think it's a perfect Bond movie. I think maybe there's the occasional bit of slow pacing in it, I suppose. But overall, I think it's a more than solid Bond film. And again, I'm very surprised when I hear some Bond fans don't care for Your Eyes Only all that much. So yeah, I'm very curious to hear what sort of criticisms you guys have of the film, which is fine. But I really like For Your Eyes Only a lot. Definitely one of my favorite films from Roger Moore's era. So I'm going to give For Your Eyes Only a very solid 8 out of 10.
Thank you, Alan. So now we're going to slightly change things up. We move over to Jack. Jack, what do you think of For Your Eyes Only?
Well, I respect Alan's opinion, but For Your Eyes Only, for me, this is definitely one of the weakest films for Roger Moore. I know Alan says he finds it perplexing that, there are some Bond fans who don't rate this film. But to be honest, I'm going to put the shoe in the other foot. I find it really odd why a lot of Bond fans rate this film so highly, because if I'm being honest, For Your Eyes Only, to me, it's just a very forgettable paint by numbers Bond film. It's just, for me, I think coming after Moonraker, I understand that they wanted to sort of bring, the series back down to earth figuratively and literally, because Moonraker had literally, gone off into uncharted territory. So I realized that, that for this film they were trying to go back to more of the roots of James Bond. Like they were trying to go back to films like Doctor No and For Much of Love, and make it more realistic. And like Alan said, and other people said that Diamonds Are Forever probably would have fit Roger Moore better than it would have Sean Connery. I think this film really would have worked better with Sean Connery rather than Roger Moore.
Yeah, or Timothy Dalton.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The opening to the film, I will say I do quite like the scene where Bond's at Tracy's grave. That's a nice way to open the movie, and it's sort of a poignant reminder of On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And I do like the gun barrel, like with the music. I fucking love that Bill Conti score. The din it, don, din it, don, it's a great gun barrel. But yeah, I mean, after that, I think the opening really goes downhill. For some stupid reason, they bring back Blofeld in this film, and this film's supposed to be more of a back to basics Bond film, but they have this guy pretending to be Blofeld, and it's clearly they didn't have the rights, and it's such a stupid sequence. I think that whole opening to the film is absolutely ridiculous, and it's probably one of my least favorite openings to a Bond film. It doesn't go anywhere. I mean, the stunt itself isn't too bad, where Bond's hanging on to the helicopter and all that, but it just gets ridiculous. And like you have that scene where Bond, he scoops up Blofeld on the helicopter, and you got that stupid line. He's like, "Oh, I'll buy you a delicatessen. It's stainless steel." Like what? Seriously.
Sense.
Yeah, and yeah, the opening to this film is just it's so lame. It's so lame. It's just definitely one of the worst openings to a Bond film, and he just dumps, Blofeld down a chimney stack, and he's like, "Oh, Mr. Bond," and, that's it. Seriously, that's how you're gonna, kill off Blofeld, and I think the
by
producers,
the numbers.
yeah, by the numbers, and it's just it's just kind of like it's insulting, because we won't see Blofeld for another 34 years until he appears in Spectre, and it just it adds nothing to the movie. It's not part of the plot in any way, and it's just a ridiculous, campy way to open up the film. This is a film that's supposed to be getting back to basics, back to the roots of Bond, but you open up with that stupid sequence, and then you got the title sequence and the theme tune. And I will say the title sequence is not one of my favorites. I mean, Sheena Easton, I think the reason why she was included in the title sequence was because apparently Morris Binder fell in love with her face, and we decided to put her in the title sequence. And the song "For Your Eyes Only" by Sheena Easton, definitely not one of my favorites. It's just another sugary ballad.
It's all right, but it's
yeah. And then you get into the film properly, and I just think the plot of this film is a who cares plot. Like this whole, idea of the ATAC, the automatic attack, communicator going missing. It's just the same plot as From Much of Love with the Lecter device. They had the Lecter device in From Much of Love, and here they're doing the same thing. One thing I did like though was the fact that they didn't replace M. They said M's on leave or something like that. So, I kind of like the fact that they paid their respects to Bernard Lee. But yeah, I mean, the film to me it's just a very, generic, formulaic Bond film. For me, this is a very forgettable Bond film. It's very, very forgettable. That's why I don't understand why a lot of people rate it so highly, because the villain, I think, is crap. I'm sorry, but Julian Glover, great actor, but I think he's completely wasted as Christatos. He gives a good performance, but I just don't think there's much to Christatos as a villain. There really isn't. Like, there's that whole sequence where, yeah, exactly, he doesn't do anything. Like, and they try to, introduce him as an ally to Bond, and then it turns out that in fact, he's been tricking Bond and telling him that Columbo's a bad guy, and by the time he's revealed as a villain, it's too late. And yeah, he's
Yeah.
no threat to Bond whatsoever. He's just no threat to him, and he's definitely, I'd say, one of the worst Bond villains. And that's not because of Julian Glover. Julian Glover's a fine actor, but he's given nothing to do as Christatos. One thing I will say as well is I'm not a fan of is that Bill Conti disco soundtrack. It's very, very dated. The it gets a bit much after a while. I wasn't a fan of the sequence either where they destroyed the Lotus Esprit. Actually, the actor, they got the Connery stunt double, Bob Simmons. He was the one who blows up the Lotus Esprit, and I wasn't a fan of that. It's kind of like, I don't know, kind of the Bond producer saying, fuck the Lotus Esprit, and I didn't really like that sequence. I did like the Citroen car chase. That was kind of cool. And I like Roger Moore's delivery of the line, "Oh, my name is Bond. James Bond." That was good. I think Cal Bouquet as Melina Havelock, she's a very good looking girl. But I really don't care that much for Melina. I think her backstory and all that's good. It's just I don't think she has any chemistry with Roger Moore. Like, they have no chemistry on screen, and it's very clear that she was dubbed for the film. And I just didn't get much out of her. I mean, I think Carol Bouquet, like I said, good looking woman, but I just think she has no chemistry with Roger Moore, and it's very obvious that she's dubbed. But I did like that scene where I think it's Hector Gonzalez. He kills her parents. That was good. And I do like Roger Moore's line of, "Oh, the Greeks have a saying, if you're going to go on a revenge, dig 2 graves." I thought that was good. But yeah, I mean, there's some other characters in this that piss me off. Like, I mean, I have to mention the elephant in the room, which is BB, played by Lynn Holly Johnson. And I'm sorry to say, I just find BB a really annoying character.
Just
she's
give
just
her an
this
ice
sort of,
cream. That will shut her up.
yeah. She's just like, "Oh, James, I love you, James. Oh, James." Like, it's just like, okay. It gets really, she's just very irritating. She's just this young girl who's constantly irritating Bond. And I just didn't get it. Sorry?
Why is she even in it? I don't
Yeah.
understand why she's in the film.
Yeah, I don't get it either. She's just very annoying. Like I said, BB is just so annoying in this film, and that whole sequence it does make me cringe a bit. Where she's in the bed, and she's like, "Oh, I'll do anything for him, and I'll do anything for you." And she's like, "Oh, my uncle, he still thinks I'm a virgin." He's like, "Oh, well, you get your clothes on."
I'm sorry, but people complain about Bond and Mayday and View to Kill. Yes, that might be a little cringy, but I personally find BB and Bond more cringy. There's more of an age difference.
Yeah, exactly. And he says, "Oh, well, you just put your clothes on, and I'll buy you an ice cream." And I thought that line was good, but yeah, it was kind of unnecessary to have her in there. The pacing, I think, for this one really drags at points. Watching this can be a bit of a slog. Particularly towards the end, I did find myself dozing off a bit. Just a very slow film at points. I mean, I won't say it's completely devoid of good moments. There is some terrific action here. I love the ski chase where Bond is skiing, and you got those 2 guys on the XTs, and they're chasing Bond, and he goes down the bobsleigh, and that action sequence is very, very good. It's one of my favorite action scenes in a Bond film. But for me, the story, it's just style. For me, this film's a bit style over substance. It's just the story here really is, I'm not invested in it. I'm really not invested in it. Yeah, I mean, that whole stuff with the ATAC, I couldn't give a shit about it. I couldn't care less. Like, it's like the Lecter device, and From Russia with Love, you're just copying that plot. I know there are people who are fans of this. Like, my cousin loves this film. He says it's the best Roger Moore film, but I just never understand the hype. I just don't understand why people rate this so highly, because, like I said, for me, it's just a very generic, formulaic, by the numbers Bond movie, and it does nothing for me. I'm being honest, it just really does nothing for me. And I don't get the appeal for this one. Also, the scenes underwater, they're not bad, but they go on a bit. And I do think the finale, where I think Cassandra Harris' character dies, I didn't care much for her character either. The Countess Lisa von Schaft, she's only in it for a few scenes, and
The finale
yeah,
is actually when they scale the cliff. Roger Moore's
yeah.
climbing.
Yeah, I know that. I was just saying, like towards the end, she gets killed by the henchman. And yeah, by the way, speaking of the henchman, I think Locke is a crap henchman. He's just these guy. It's just this guy with octagonal glasses, and yeah, that's it. There's nothing to him. Although I did like one scene I do love in this film. I don't know if Alan mentioned it. He probably did, but that scene where Bond, the car's on the side of the cliff. And Bond, he's like, "Oh, you left this with Varara, I believe," and he chucks the dove pin into the car, and then he kicks the car off the cliff. That's a very cold-blooded moment. It's one of my favorite scenes in a Bond film, and I think that's great. But
What about Luigi Ferrara?
Oh yeah, how could we forget Luigi? Not Luigi from Mario Brothers, but yeah, Luigi.
Luigi from Mario.
Yeah. I just think Luigi is a very forgettable character. Like, I mean, one thing I think we can all point out: every John Glen film, he has to kill off the main character, the main side character. And when Luigi died, I just found nothing for his death. I thought that was kind of a bit anticlimactic. And yeah, the ending. Where I mean, one thing I will say is I do like Topol as Columbo, the guy eating the pistachio nuts. He's like, "Oh, you have what the Greeks called thrasos, bone guts." That was good. But I just think the ending where they're scaling the monastery at the end, it's just a very anticlimactic final action scene. I did like the scene where he's hanging onto the cliff and they're trying to knock him off the cliff side. That was well done. But the ending, Bond doesn't even get to fight Christatos. They literally just Columbo just throws a knife in his back, and that's it. And the ending where he tosses the ATAC off the cliff and it, is destroyed. Well, it's like, you spent the whole movie trying to recover the ATAC and you just throw it off the cliff. Well done, Bond. Well done. And yeah, having BB in the monastery at the end, like, what the fuck was she doing in that monastery? And one thing I will say, I'm totally against violence towards women, but when Christatos slapped BB, I was just saying yes. I just kept replaying that sequence, where Christatos slapped BB. I'm against violence against women, but BB is just a really annoying character.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the ending with Margaret Thatcher as well. Oh god, that was cringy as fuck. Yeah. Give us a kiss. Give us a kiss.
Really, Mr. Bond.
And it completely dates the film as well, having Margaret Thatcher appear at the end. And they're trying to go for this serious film, but they add that campy piece of crap at the end. And then she says, "Oh, for your eyes only, darling," and they go skinny dipping or whatever. But yeah, for me, for your eyes only. If people like Alan like it and my cousin like it, if people like it, that's fair enough. But I just never understand the hype for this film. And for me, it's a very generic, formulaic, paint by numbers Bond film. I think John Glenn's direction could have been a lot tighter, and the pacing for this could have been a lot tighter as well. I find it quite slow at parts. It does drag, and yeah, it's just not one I rush back to. Roger Moore is good in this. There are some good action scenes and stuff like that, but for me, it's just a very generic paint by numbers Bond film, and it's a very forgettable Bond film as well. And Christatos, like I said, Julian Glover, he gives a good performance, but he's completely wasted. He's a crap villain, and the only scene that I thought was generally good with him is when he's got Baby and Bond tied up, and he's dragging them across the sea, and their sharks are coming after them, which is from the Live and Let Die book. But yeah, it's just not a very good Bond film, in my opinion. It's not awful, but it's not great either. It's not one that I hate, but it's not one that I rush back to either. So it falls down the middle for me. It's not Roger Moore's worst Bond film. I think that's coming shortly, but it's definitely one of his worst. So I give this one a average. I'll give it a okay score at 5 out of 10. It's okay, but it's just not one I rush back to. So yeah.
Thank you, Jack. Well, as for me, I kind of agree with you, although I'm a tad bit more generous to it. For Your Eyes Only is unfortunately my least favorite Roger Moore Bond film. I don't hate it. I don't think it's awful, but to me, it's a disappointment. I mean, fair enough. I respect people's opinions, but I agree with Jack. I don't see the hype for this movie. I used to think it was one that people didn't like, and then I heard that a lot of people love it and rate it as their favorite Moore film, and I thought, well, that's surprising. But I guess because it's trying to be more serious. But to me, the problem with For Your Eyes Only is that it's very confused. It's a tonally confused Bond film. It seems to want to be serious, but at the same time, it doesn't want to lose the sort of Roger Moore humor of the film, and it has
Try and have its cake and eat it. Yeah.
yeah, and then it has these bizarre scenes which make no sense and are just there for comic relief. Like the ending with Margaret Thatcher just pisses me off. I'm sorry, I do not like that ending. That's probably one of the worst endings to a Bond film, with the possible exception of Die Another Day. But we'll get to that in next time. Well, a couple of hangouts later. Yeah, I've always found the Margaret Thatcher scene stupid, and the beginning with Blofeld is stupid. I know he's not technically credited as Blofeld in the film, but it's a stupid scene. Like, it lacks any sort of tension for me. I mean, there's a nice reference to Tracy. I like that. I mean, it opens with Bond, leaving flowers for Tracy. So I guess they're trying to establish a little bit of continuity, which is nice. But at the same time, it's a very bizarre opening, and it's not one of my favorites. It's kind of silly and it's kind of stupid. I mean, it lacks any kind of thrill or spectacle that Spy Who Loved Me or Moonraker had, to be honest. Roger Moore, he's okay in this one. He's pretty good, although I think his age is starting to catch up with him. His enthusiasm is dwindling. I mean, not for the part, but in terms of his energy. Sorry, not his enthusiasm. His energy is dwindling. I think it will become more apparent in the next two films, but for this one, he gets away with it. But like at points during some of the action scenes, he does look like he's getting tired. And this is his fifth film now, so I'm not surprised. And obviously now we're into the 80s, and he would have been Bond up to this point for nearly 8 years. Well, 8 years. So that's still quite a long time. But he does a good job, and he's still charming and whatnot. And I think he gives a good performance. It's not his best, though. It's not his best. I think Melina's a great Bond girl. I really like Melina. I do slightly disagree, Jack. I actually do think her and Moore have a slight amount of chemistry. It may not be perfect, but they have some nice scenes together. The scene when he's on the cart with her and he's telling her to go away, and she's standing on the ground saying, "No, I have to get justice for my parents." I really like Melina. She has a personal goal. She lost her parents, and that scene is actually quite chilling. When her parents are killed by oh fuck, what's his name?
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Gonzalez. Yes, but again, this is the problem. The tonal shift. It's like there's a dramatic scene when the parents die, then there's a goofy scene and with BB. It just doesn't fit. Like I feel this film is disjointed as well. The story doesn't interest me either. The whole going after the ATAC device. It's just, again, like you say, it's a bit like From Russia with Love. It's a very by the numbers film. Yeah, it doesn't do anything new to refresh the franchise. I mean, okay, it brings Bond back to Earth, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. And again,
sorry to interrupt, Ollie. Would you agree it's kind of a bit forgettable as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I mean, it's my least favorite of Roger Moore's era. I struggle to remember some of the things that happen in it, to be honest, because I find it to drag. I think this movie is slow, like particularly in the second half. The first half is decent, and it starts out quite well, but I think as it goes on into the second half, it really starts to slow down, which is a real problem. Like, there's some good action scenes. I really like the action of the film. Like, the ski chase is awesome. What else was I going to say? I can't remember, actually. The ski chase is probably the best action scene. And then there's the Citroen car chase, which I quite like as well when Bond meets Melina. yeah, shame about the Lotus. That is a bit of a bum note, really. But yeah, the finale, I do agree, is sort of anticlimactic. There's not much of a finale, to be honest. And by that point, like they spend too long, but with Bond trying to scale the cliffs and everything. I just think John Glenn's direction is very confused. I don't know. It just seems like he's not as confident as he will be with the later films that he makes. It's just never really grabbed me, this one. And again, I agree. BB is so annoying. Oh, I can't stand her. She's not the worst Bond girl, but she's up there as one of the worst. First of all, the fact that she's unnecessary. She doesn't add anything to the story. I'm grateful for the fact that Bond turned her down, but at the same time, it's like, why have her in there if he was just going to do that? Like, what does she actually really add to the story? I guess it was to show maybe how much of a slime ball Christatos was, but then again, Christatos is a poor villain. Christatos is hardly in the film, which is a problem. Julian Glover is a great actor, but the character is underwritten, and he's nothing. He's a nothing villain. I don't find him threatening at all. He's very weak. He's one of the worst Bond villains just because of the writing, because he's underwritten, and that's saying something. I might take Stromberg over him, and that's saying something. The score by Bill Conti, yeah, it is very 80s, and it probably is a bit dated, but there's a couple of tracks I like. There's a couple of tracks for the more emotional scenes with Bond and Melina, like when they're on the cart. That track is great, but the rest of it is all very 80s funky. Like I say, this film is like so much tonal whiplash. At one point they're trying to make it a personal film, then it's trying to be goofy, then it's trying to be a bit serious. It doesn't know what it wants to be, and I think that's the problem. For Your Eyes Only has no identity, and I can't really tell what it's trying to do. I don't even know if it would fit with Sean Connery, to be honest, because I'm confused as to what John Glenn was trying to do, to be honest. The title sequence is okay, but I don't think they need to have the artist in there again. I mean, fair enough. Maurice Binder wanted to include Easton in there just the once. Fair enough. And as for the song, it's all right, but it's just it's better than the next song, I think, but it's very sugary, schmaltzy ballad. It just doesn't, it's not one I listen to a lot, to be perfectly honest. I'll go back to it every so often, but it's not one of the best, to be perfectly honest. And Cassandra Harris is a brief role, but yeah, it's a shame she dies so early on. Well, into her screen time anyway. So yeah, it's a very disappointing one for me, but I'd give it a pass because there are some good action scenes. I like Melina's plot. Her revenge plot is really good, and I do think Carol Bouquet is a great Bond girl, and she's a gorgeous lady. She really is. But the opening is stupid. The ending is stupid. The movie has tonal conflicts that it doesn't know what to do with. It doesn't know what it wants to be. The story's unengaging. BB is annoying. The villain's rubbish. It's not looking good. Although I do like Columbo. Columbo is a great character. He kind of helps save the film as well as Roger Moore. So I'll give it a 6 out of 10. For Your Eyes Only, I score it a 6 out of 10, but I'm sorry. I just don't see the hype for this film. But each to their own. But this is definitely my least favorite of Roger Moore's era. So, now this is going to be interesting. We now move on to the 6th film with Roger Moore, Octopussy. So, I'm actually going to let you guys decide who wants to go first, because I know Jack is going to have quite a lot to say about this one. So,
she ain't a wussy, that Octopussy, as Alan said.
Alan's
Thank you.
Alan, your theme song was great. Thanks for letting me use it in my review.
Yes, that was a great honor. Thank you, Ollie.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first with Octopussy?
Oh, we're on Octopussy now. Okay. Sure, I'll go. Again, sorry. Just give me a moment to prepare the notes again.
That's all right.
Yeah, just a minute, you guys. Just a minute.
And also, I mean, there's only 2 films left now, so we're making good time.
Yeah.
I think we don't need to worry too much about a limit as such. But like, if we go at the rate we've been going, we'll be fine.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, yeah, Octopussy. Yeah, Roger Moore still not finished with Bond. He's now this is his sixth Bond movie, and I think he is now 55 doing this one.
Yeah.
But
Wasn't
still
he
looking
meant to
good.
leave with the previous one, or did he choose to stay, or did they convince him to stay for
I
because of
I
never,
think
never
I think by this point he's agreeing to do the films on a film by film basis. I think he could have left after For Your Eyes Only, but he chose to stay on, and he did Octopussy, and then again he was given the option that he could leave if he wanted to after Octopussy, but he did A View to a Kill. That's going to be a fun discussion coming right up. View to a Kill. And then of course he left. But yeah, I think by this point he's on a film by film basis with the producers about staying on. Um, but I will say this: I'm very glad that he stayed on to do Octopussy. Again, this is a surprisingly divisive Bond film because I've come across Bond fans who say they hate Octopussy. I've seen at least two Bond fans on YouTube who I think this is so stupid. They name Octopussy as the worst Bond movie ever, which is
I wouldn't go that far.
ridiculous. Give me a fucking break. Octopussy, the worst Bond movie? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean,
No.
please. No way. No way.
No. Watch Die Another Day.
Yeah. I mean, I really don't get why anybody would have any major issues with Octopussy. That's pretty shocking to me. Again, everybody's entitled to their opinions, but you point to Octopussy as the worst Bond movie, really? I don't get that at all. I really don't. No, Octopussy I think is great. And as we all know, I'm not particularly fond of the next movie, A View to a Kill. We'll get to that shortly. But I've always said, in my opinion, if Roger Moore had left with Octopussy, he would have gone out on a very high note because I think he's still got it as Bond for one more movie. Even though he's now in his mid 50s, he's 55 when he did this, or maybe when he was 54 when he shot it, and then they released it the following year. But he's still looking good as Bond. For his age, he still has a lot of great presence and command. He still has that winning charm of his. He's still quite comfortable in the role. He's still very suave, and I like Roger Moore a lot in Octopussy. And I also think he's given a really great story. I think the supporting cast are all fine in this film. I like the film. Certainly has some big production values and some big spectacle about it, which I also like. Has great stunts. And also, as you guys reminded me in the past, the late great film critic Gene Siskel, who was not the biggest fan of the James Bond movies after Connery, he actually, I think he gave Octopussy a pass because he liked the stunts in it so much. So that was a rare thumbs up from Gene Siskel. The stunts in this movie, they are great. So even though you got Roger Moore a little older now, but he's still looking good. He's still playing the role really well, still believable as Bond. And I personally, I'm not speaking for you guys, but I personally wish that he had left with this one because I think he would have gone out on a great note. I do think Octopussy is great, and I'm very surprised by any Bond fans who say that they don't like it. I mean, to each their own, but I don't get that. I just think it's a great adventure. I think it's a great adventure. Lots of great fun in this one, and I do. If it makes you guys feel better, I do like Octopussy slightly more than For Your Eyes Only. I do think Octopussy is a little bit better than For Your Eyes Only. I just think the story is a little bit more intriguing for me than the previous film. Although I am a fan of For Your Eyes Only, okay, and I like For Your Eyes Only a lot, but I like Octopussy even more. I just think it's a great adventure. I like the whole story involving the Fabergé egg. I like the fact that Bond is he's trying to well, it's not the main focus, but it gives him an opportunity to avenge the death of Agent 009, who we see getting killed at the beginning of the film. He's dressed in a clown suit.
So, Alan, would you say? I mean, I think a lot of Bond fans tend to watch this one at Easter just because of the Fabergé egg storyline.
yeah. I mean, well, it's not like the Easter Bunny shows up in this movie, but yeah, we do get a Fabergé egg Fabergé egg plays a major role in this film. But yeah, I can see why it would be a favorite Bond film at Easter time, I guess. But I just think it's a good, fun adventure. Good intrigue. It involves, I guess, the Russians, are involved in this one. It's a really fun globe-trotting Bond adventure. All the locales that Bond goes to, the action scenes. I do like the opening action scene where Bond is in the I guess that mini jet that has the wings that can fold up, and I like the concluding bit where he escapes and he goes to the gas station and says, "Fill her up, please." When he's in the plane, that's fun. So I like that opening scene a lot. We also get the wonderful return of Maud Adams, who was previously in Man with the Golden Gun, and this time she gets to play the title role of Octopussy. And still lovely, lovely, lovely woman.
Did you know this, Alan, that some people who don't like the movie actually complain about the title? They think the title is shit, Octopussy. It may be a strange title, but I don't think it's that bad,
Well, some people just think it's a risque title, but it depends on how you look at the word. I mean, if we really want to get down to the nitty gritty, the original definition of pussy is a cat. Meow meow, a cat.
Yeah.
And then it became something else. But I mean, pussy is still associated with a cat. So Ian Fleming named this particular story Octopussy, which is obviously a play on octopus. But it works. And then, of course, who can forget Pussy Galore, Honor Blackman's character from Goldfinger, which people thought was a little risque. But the fact that the word pussy is associated with a cat, they were able to get away with it, and they were also able to get away with it with the movie title. I know when I watched the documentary about the making of Octopussy, Roger Moore, humorous little story. Roger Moore said in the interview that at the time he was making the film, he was doing an interview, and the woman who interviewed him said, "Oh, what's the title of the next Bond movie?" Roger Moore said, "Octopussy." And he said the interviewer woman just kind of stared at him for a few seconds and said, "You must be joking." And Roger Moore said, "Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with Octopussy?" So it's kind of a little risque title, but again, it has the association with a cat, so you can get away with it. I don't mind it. Now, of course, being that the film is called Octopussy, and you were so kind, Ollie and Jack, to mention my spoof song theme tune from Octopussy. There's no way in hell they were going to come up with a song that mentions Octopussy. As you know, I came up with that joke title for my review, which you were happy to reuse in your review. Octopussy, Octopussy, she ain't no wussy, that Octopussy. But I mean, there's no way you can put the name Octopussy in a song. So they went in completely the opposite direction. And came up with, and this is one of my very few criticisms of the film, they came up with my pick for the worst Bond theme I've ever heard, with this syrupy, sugary ballad, All Time High, sung by Rita Coolidge. It's nothing on Rita Coolidge. I mean, she sings the song just fine, but I just think the song, it doesn't sound anything like a Bond theme. And I would now...
It's lazy.
It's too syrupy. It doesn't sound like a Bond theme at all. And you can criticize the shit out of Madonna's theme tune for Die Another Day, and I'm not going to argue with you, but at least that tune has a good beat to it, if nothing else. But All Time High, it's just a syrupy, sugary pop ballad. There's nothing Bondian about it. Not even the string arrangement on it sounds like a Bond string arrangement to me. And again, it's nothing on Rita Coolidge. She sings it fine, but I've just never cared for the song. Never, ever cared for it. I don't blame the songwriters for coming up with a song that doesn't mention Octopussy, but surely they could have come up with something better than All Time High.
Yeah.
So that's literally one of my very few criticisms of the film. I've never cared for the theme tune, All Time High. Sorry. But getting back to the film, I mean, Roger Moore, he gets great support from the cast. Again, Maud Adams, who we saw in Man with the Golden Gun, she returns as the title character of Octopussy. Very good performance, and this is more of a co-starring role, not so much a supporting role, which is what she had in Man with the Golden Gun. And she's basically Bond's equal, and they make a great pair in this film. And you think by the end of the film that Bond is going to go off with Octopussy at the end, maybe marry her or something. And yet, when we get to the next film of View to a Kill, she's gone, and with no explanation given as to what happened. I mean, you really got to wonder how.
Were they trying to hint in this film that Bond and Octopussy were sort of like a match made in heaven, or were they clearly not? But
I mean, it's hinted at. I mean, it's quite clear. I mean, I think doesn't even Bond says to Octopussy, "We're two of a kind," which of course becomes a line in the song "All Time High." But he says to her, "We're two of a kind," and you can quite clearly see that. I think there's definitely genuine love there between Bond and Octopussy. It's not just a fling. I think they really do have feelings for each other. So the fact that Octopussy completely disappears in the next movie with no explanation given, I find a little odd. I mean, okay, it's a James Bond movie, and Bond in general isn't supposed to fall in love, and when he does actually fall in love with a woman, she usually dies. I hope Octopussy didn't die, if that was the explanation why she's not in the next movie. Hopefully she didn't. I don't think she did, but yeah, that's just odd. I think that's clearly a love story that blossoms between Bond and Octopussy, but she's gone by the next movie. Go figure. But I do think Maud Adams is great in here, and still, drop dead gorgeous in this movie. I think she looks even better than she did in Man with the Golden Gun. I mean, lovely, lovely woman she was back when they did this film, and yeah, I think she's very commanding in her role of Octopussy. So great to see Maud Adams. Louise Jordan as Kamal Khan, one of the main villains, and again, he's obviously not a physical menace. He's a small man, but he's got a lot of evil oozing charm about him, and of course, who can ever forget his delivery of Octopussy, Octopussy, Octopussy. More than a few people ever marked. They just love the way Louise Jordan says Octopussy, Octopussy. But he's quite charming as a villain. I love the scene with him and Bond playing dice at the table, and when Bond basically gets the upper hand. But it's quite funny. It's quite an amusing scene. But I do think Louise Jordan is a great presence. Obviously, no physical menace to Bond, but I think he's a good intellectual presence or intellectual menace to Bond in this. Wow, knockout gorgeous women in Octopussy everywhere you look, and not just Maud Adams, but I've always had a thing for Christina Wayburn as Magda.
same.
Henchwoman of Octopussy's, and I mean, she's a knockout gorgeous blonde, and man, Roger Moore getting to get into bed with her as Magna for that one scene. I mean, oh man, can you imagine? I mean, how would he have been able to stand it? I mean, she's just stunningly beautiful woman, just stunning, and with a knockout face and figure, and her blonde hair, and just beautiful, stunningly beautiful woman. And a good actress too. Besides, I think she's very good, very charming, and let's just say it, very sexy as Magda. So I really like Christina Wayburn a lot. And let's see, I like Vijay. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. Vijay Armitraz as
VJ. Yeah.
Yeah, Bond's contact in India, who is a real life tennis player, which is why he has the tennis racket in the movie. A little in joke that he's a tennis player in real life, but he's quite good. Quite good. I think he is quite likable. But
he has that line is when Bond says, "VJ, we've got company. Don't worry, this is a company car." I thought that was
and quite good. Yeah. He's got some acting talent. Yeah, he's quite good. But sadly, like most Bond's contacts, sadly, he gets killed later on. Unfortunately, but for his screen time, he's quite good. Let's see. There's also the main Soviet villains in this film. I think are great. I like Steven Berkoff as General Orlov. I think he's a very powerful villain in this film. I like a lot of his stuff. I mean, there's that scene where I think it's his first scene in the movie where he's in the war room and he's speaking all that, evil general kind of stuff about the plans and all of that, and quite commanding in his performance there. And I liked him a lot in this movie. His death scene is also really cool when he gets shot and he's like crawling on the track, and yeah, really good. So I liked him a lot as well. Thought he was quite good. yeah, lots of great action scenes. And also, this is a movie that takes place at a circus, or at least some parts of it take place at the circus, and that's a good atmosphere for Bond. That's a good setting. Um, some good stuff in the jungle. There's some good jungle action scenes here. Of course, lots of people make mention of that terrific action scene on board the train, where Bond is he's trying to escape the bad guys on a train, and he's climbing on top of the train. He's running on the rooftop of the train. He's hanging off to the side of the train. And apparently, the stunt man who was doing a lot of that stuff, he nearly got killed at one point, where he was hanging by the side of the train, and he got he got smacked into by something on the side of the track, and uh, completely broke his leg. Although miraculously he managed to hang on to the train, because he could have very easily have let go. He might have even fallen under the train, and that would have been a ghastly death. But amazingly, he managed to hold on to the train, and then he survived. But yeah, he definitely was in hospital for quite
Sorry
some
to hear
time.
that.
Yeah. But yeah, the great action stuff on board the train, with Bond on the roof of the train, hanging by the train. Great stuff. Um, yeah, I mean, it's for me, it's a great rollicking adventure, and of course, I guess there's the big action scene at Octopussy's lair, with all of her henchwomen getting in on the act, and you got acrobatics everywhere you look, and I mean, I love that scene. I never get tired of watching that, seeing Octopussy and the women doing their thing. I mean, that's real girl power for you. I
Yeah.
always enjoy watching that.
Oh, Alan, sorry to interrupt. What do you think of Robert Brown as the new M?
He's fine. I mean, I don't rate him particularly high as M. I mean, heck, I like Judi Dench better as M, because I
I
just think
agree.
she has more presence. She has more, she's a more memorable M. I mean, Robert Brown, he's fine, but after the original M, Bernard Lee, passed away. I mean, Bernard Lee for me will always be the definitive M. He was the first M, and I think he will always be the best M.
Yeah.
Although Judi Dench is probably a close second, followed by Ray Fiennes, who are both good. Robert Brown, I would probably rank at the bottom of the M's. I mean, he's not horrible, but I just don't think he's as strong a presence as all the other actors
Fair
who
enough.
played M. He's okay. I can live with him as M. I mean, he won't be playing it forever. Just what, 2-3 more movies, and that's it. And then Pierce Brosnan shows up, and then Judi Dench is M. But he's okay. I'll give him that. He's okay. I don't think Octopussy is a perfect Bond movie. I do have little nitpicks with it, but even though I do find the overall story a little more fun than For Your Eyes Only. I mean, for example, Bond at the circus. I've never understood how Bond, in trying to elude the bad guys, how he manages to change into the clown suit and put on the clown makeup in record time. In just like in less than a minute or two, he's got the clown suit on, the makeup. I mean, realistically, I mean, that's impossible to do it that fast. And also, when he's on the train and he's trying to hide from the bad guys and he's dressed in the gorilla suit, how did he manage to get out of the gorilla suit in record time without the bad guys noticing him?
Yeah.
That also
It's a bit silly. Yeah.
That doesn't seem to make sense either. And then, of course, there's also that bit that you can criticize, where he's in the jungle and he comes across that tiger, which is actually a fake tiger on wheels, if you look closely enough. And Bond says, "Sit," and the tiger is subdued just by Bond saying to him, "Sit."
And then he starts swinging on the vines like Tarzan.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're okay. So they threw in a Tarzan. Yeah. So okay. So there are some bits in here that you can criticize, and it's these particular bits that prevent me from giving Octopussy a perfect score. But I cannot deny the fact that I find Octopussy to be very, very enjoyable. I just think it's an overall very enjoyable, entertaining Bond film. I think Roger Moore is in fine form here. Oh, I also have to make mention, I really enjoy the scene where Roger Moore, I think he confronts General Orloff, and he's holding the gun, and Roger Moore's is very good. I mean, very good performance in this scene where he's confronting Orloff, and he's saying, "Oh, I don't remember the exact words, but yes, it doesn't matter if people are killed. You don't care if innocent people are killed, if innocent lives are lost, blah blah blah." I mean, that's a very powerful, dramatic moment for Bond. And of course, when he avenges the death of 009 by throwing the knife at one of those twin brothers, and he says, "And that's for 009." You know, that's a great moment for Roger Moore as well. So overall, I think it's a great adventure for Bond. Great supporting cast, beautiful women everywhere you look in the film. Besides, which doesn't hurt. Roger Moore in fine form, and I'm standing my ground that if only Roger Moore had left with this movie, he would have gone out on a very high note. That's just how I feel about it. Not a perfect Bond movie, but I do think it's damn good. I've always enjoyed Octopussy. I can't understand for the life of me why some Bond fans hate it, but oh well, to each their own. But I love Octopussy. It's one of my favorite Roger Moore Bond films, so I will give Octopussy a 9 out of 10.
Oh, wow. Very good score. Okay, so now flipping the other side of the coin, we'll have to go over to Jack.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep this brief. I'll stick to the 10-minute limit because we've been on nearly 3.5 hours and we still have to talk about Roger Moore's final film, so I'll stick to the 10-minute limit. But yeah, Octopussy, I'm going to be honest, this is the weakest Roger Moore Bond film for me. And what's weird about Octopussy is how much my opinion has changed on this over the years. When I first saw this film quite a few years ago, I watched it on DVD and I watched it with my mum, my dad, my brother, and my mum loved it. And I thought it was great. It was one of my favorite Bond films. That was the first time I watched it. But the more I watch this film, the more I don't like it. And for me, this is just a very generic meat and potatoes Bond film, and I just think this is definitely Roger Moore's worst film and definitely one of my least favorite Bond films. I can understand if people like Alan and others can enjoy this for a bit of fun, have a bit of laugh with it, but for me, the story here is just been there, done that, seen it all before. The opening I think is okay, like the whole opening in Cuba with Roger Moore's Bond, and the hangar blows up, and he's like, "Oh, fill her up, please." I mean, it's a decent action scene, but Roger Moore for me in this film, Roger Moore is my favorite Bond film, but sorry, Roger Moore is my favorite Bond actor, but he's past the point of believability in this film. He's really past the point of believability. He was 55, whatever, when he did this film, and he looks it. He looks very old. He's just not believable in this role anymore. The action scenes and stuff like that. He's just not
So,
believable.
Are you saying he should have left after For Your Eyes Only?
Probably, yeah. Or what I'm saying is, Roger Moore is my favorite Bond actor, but even I got to admit that he's sort of past it by this point. I mean, he just looks quite old. I just think the story here is very generic. Like this, Orlov, like he wants to detonate this bomb on U.S. soil so he can invade Europe with the Russian army. And it's like, for fuck's sake, how many times have we had the Russians as the bad guys? How many times have we had the Russians as the bad guys in the Bond series? And I just think Steven Berkoff as General Orlov is very over the top. He's like, we will crush the West, we will destroy them, and all this stuff. And Steven Berkoff just really hams it up. And for me, the film is just like the action scenes. While the action scenes are good here, it's just, I think it's overstuffed with action. Like there's the action on top of the train. There's the action on the plane. There's loads and loads of action. Like there's the taxi cab scene in India, and with the tuk-tuk taxis, and there's too much action for me in this film. It feels like it's going from one action scene to the next. I mean, it's not as bad as something like Tomorrow Never Dies. It's not like action every 5 seconds, but I just think the action in this gets a bit tiring after a while. I mean, one thing I will say is I do like the locations, going to India for the first time. I think that's really cool. I do like Maud Adams as Octopussy. She's quite good in this. Louis Jourdan, I think, is quite good as Kamal Khan. But I just think some of the humor here falls flat. Some of the humor here is just not that funny. There's some ridiculous scenes, like that whole scene where Bond's in the alligator submarine thing. That was kind of stupid. And Christina Wayborn, I mean, she's okay, but I just think the villains here are pretty, are just pretty crap. Apart from Louis Jourdan as Kamal Khan, I think he's good, but I think he could have got a few more scenes. I think Gabinda is a nothing henchman. I mean, the actor gives a good performance, but that whole scene where he grabs the die and he crushes the die until it's sand, you're just ripping off that scene from Goldfinger when Oddjob grabbed the golf ball and crushed it until it was sand or whatever. So I just think John Glenn's direction here is very meat and potatoes, very generic. I mean, film is just a very generic, by the numbers Bond film, and even more so than For Your Eyes Only. And I mean, I think I give For Your Eyes Only a higher rating is because it did try to do. It did get a few more things right here. For me, Octopussy, the pacing drags. The pacing really drags in this film, especially when you get to Octopussy's palace. The film really screeches to a halt. And it's just some cheesy scenes, like the scene in the palace where they're like, "Oh, we are two of a kind," and you got the music and all that. Parts of this film are a bit cheesy. And like I said, Roger Moore, like I think he's great as Bond, but he's past it by this point. I'm just not believing him in these action scenes, like when he's on top of the train and he's, jumping around and everything. It's like, it's not believable anymore. And yeah, for me, the film, it's just very boring. Like I said, the pacing really drags, and like I said, not all the humor here I think lands. There are some good lines in this, though. I do think Louis Jourdan has a few good lines as Kamal Khan, when he says, "Oh, you have a nasty habit of surviving." He's like, "Oh, have you ever heard about the fittest?" And later on, where he says, "Oh, Mr. Bond is indeed a rare species, soon to be extinct," and that was good. And I think Roger Moore has some good lines. Like, she's like, "Oh, you with us?" He's like, "No, ma'am, I'm with the economy tour." That was quite good. So Roger Moore has a few good one-liners here. But I don't really buy this love story either with Octopussy. I just don't buy it. I mean, Maud Adams is good, but I don't believe that Bond is fallen in love with her. And the climax on the airbase, when he gets into the clown outfit, it didn't bother me that Bond was in the clown outfit. I mean, he was just using a disguise to get away. And I do think Roger Moore is quite good when he's like, "God damn it, there's a bomb in there." His acting is quite good. But like I said, this is just such a generic, such a generic plot. Like I said, Stephen Burkoff is like, when he gets shot, he's like, "Oh, you're a disgrace to the uniform." He's like, "Yes, but tomorrow I will be a hero of the Soviet Union." And it's just he really hams it up. And like I said, he's just a stereotypical two-dimensional Russian bad guy. And like I said, having the Russians again as the villains in this, it's like how many times have we had the Russians as the bad guys? And he's just a generic, "Oh, I am a bad guy. Haha, I want to control Europe. I want Russia to invade and take over Europe." It's just like, oh, please. I've seen this before. And yeah, like I said, the action gets tiring after a while. I mean, the action's good. Like, there's that scene where he gets the car on the train tracks, but the action just gets really tiring after a while. Like I said, the film feels like at points that it's overstuffed with action. Like, they try to make up for flaws in the plot by shoving an action scene in there, and I just don't think it works all the time. The twin brothers, I quite liked Mishka and Grishka. They were quite good, and I liked the bit where Bond, throws the knife at him. He says, "Oh, that's for 009." He's like, "Oh, this is for my brother, and that's for 009." And Roger Moore actually played 009 in the beginning, like the clown who gets killed, and the Fabergé egg. The stuff with the Fabergé egg is interesting in this film. But yeah, and Robert Braun just doesn't really make much of an impression as M. He's just basically a carbon copy of Bernard Lee's M. There's nothing really to him. And I mean, I did like the scene at Sotheby's. That was good. But the ending, I just think, dragged on too long, where they're having the fight at Octopussy's palace, and then he gets the hot air balloon with the Union Jack. I did like that line where he says, "Oh, Q, do you know how to fly this thing?" He's like, "Oh, it runs on hot air." He's like, "Oh, well, then you can." That was good. But the action goes on too long. And then when Octopussy finds out that Kamal Khan betrayed her, That scene was done well, but like I said, it kind of dragged on. But I did like the final fight on the plane. The final fight on the plane was pretty good, even though it's a bit unbelievable that Bond can, at that age, can hang on to that plane and still manage to survive. But nonetheless, that was a good sequence. I did think it was a bit stupid at the end. When he's in this cast with all his wounds, and then he breaks out of the cast and he starts kissing Octopussy. And yeah, the song by Rita Coolidge, All Time High. It's crap. It's absolute crap. I mean, it's not the worst Bond song. It's not as bad as Madonna's Die Another Day, but it's down there. And I also have to say the title sequence by Morris Binder is pretty crap as well. It's probably his worst title sequence. Yeah, very generic, not very good at all. And yeah, overall that's Octopussy. And if people like Octopussy, like if Alan likes Octopussy, I can understand why. It's a fun sort of popcorn munching Bond film. But for me, there's nothing really there. It's style over substance. Like I said, it's a very generic Bond film. I find it boring. I mean, my opinion has really changed on this over the years, and I have to agree with majority of the fans. Like, I think the majority of the fans, and the majority of critics aren't fans of Octopussy. It's got 40% on Rotten Tomatoes, so only 40% of the critics liked it. And I think, when it comes to the fandom, this is generally regarded as one of the worst Bond films. And I'm sorry to say, I have to agree with them. And this for me is definitely Roger Moore's worst.
It's your opinion.
Yeah, and for me, this is definitely Roger Moore's worst Bond film. I have to say, I'm sorry, but there's just nothing really in it for me. I mean, it's not a complete disaster. It has its enjoyable moments, some nice locations, some good action, but at the end of the day, got over the top villain, generic plot. And like I said, Roger Moore's past it by now. It's not believable anymore that he can do all these stunts and all that. But nonetheless, I still think Roger Moore's good in the film. But yeah, I'm glad he didn't end on this one, because I think if he ended on this one, it would have been a bit of a damp squib to end on. But yeah, pardon the pun. But yeah.
I've seen in this case, damp squid.
Yeah. Yeah. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give Octopussy a 4 out of 10. This is definitely, I'd say, one of my least favorite Bond films, and for me, it's Moore's worst Bond film. But yeah, I'll hand the mic over now to Ollie. So yeah.
Ouch. Well, no, okay, fair enough. It's your opinion, man. Thanks for sharing. Octopussy. Well, I'll try and keep this brisk. Octopussy, yeah, this is a good one. I've never really been a huge fan of it, but I've always liked it. It's always been one that I've enjoyed when I've watched it, but it has a lot of problems. I think it's an improvement over For Your Eyes Only, because it kind of has more of an idea what it wants to be, and it's going back to kind of the sort of the lightheartedness, the silliness of Roger Moore's era, which I think is fine. I mean, it's probably not as outrageous as Moonraker, but at the same time, I do think some of the silly elements just don't work for me. Like Roger Moore clowning around. I mean, okay, fair enough.
I got to say the Tarzan scene was ridiculous as well. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Alan mentioned it too. I'll get to that later. But Roger Moore clowning around. I mean, I have to agree with Alan. I'm sorry, I don't see how it's conceivable that he would have the time to put the makeup on and change into that costume when he was in pursuit. I just find that a bit silly, to be honest. But I mean, the scene that followed was good when he was trying to defuse the bomb, but it didn't make a lot of sense to me beforehand. And I mean, when he dressed up as 009 at the start, that was good. That was fine. But yeah, Octopussy, it is a very generic film. I'm not gonna lie, but I do enjoy it. I think there are some fun action scenes to be had. The plot is very basic, not too hard to follow. So it is just a fun romp. I don't have a huge amount to say. It's just a fun romp. It's not my favorite Roger Moore film. It is one of his weaker ones, and I do agree. I think Roger Moore's age is starting to show now, and he's getting a bit too old for some of these action scenes, and it's starting to show. And but he's still trying his best with his performance. He is trying to give a good performance, which I appreciate, and he is charming in this film. He has got some good lines. Yeah, like you say, the opening action scene is pretty good actually, and it's better than the For Eyes Only one. With the little plane that he's got, it's a nice amount of spectacle. But yeah, the tuk tuk chase in India, I actually really like that chase. I think that's a great action scene. That might be my favorite action scene in the film. I just think it's something different. We haven't seen that before, and yeah, there's that funny moment when he takes the sword out of the guy's mouth. And he's like, "Excuse me, thank you," and he's like fighting the guy. And there's also that moment where he throws the money at all the citizens, and he stops the people from chasing them. And he's like, that should keep them in curry for a few weeks. It's just kind of funny. So Moore is definitely still his charming self, but it's just his age is catching up with him. The Bond girls are great. I like Octopussy. Maud Adams, is back and better than ever. And it's nice actually that Bond, he finds a Bond girl who's more of the right age for him. But I don't know if they were trying to head towards a romance. I suppose they were, but it's never really made clear because, like Alan said, the character never reappears again. So I guess it was just a fling, but who knows? But Maud Adams is good in the role, and it's good to know that she's not really a villain. She's someone who's kind of been lied to. She's been deceived, and she's in the dark as much as Bond. But the villains themselves are very good. I mean, Kamal Khan is a good villain. I like him. Massive improvement over Christatos. I mean, massive improvement. And some of his line delivery is great. When he says, "Mr. Bond is a rare breed of species soon to be extinct," or something like that. And he's like, "Octopussy, Octopussy." Great delivery of that line. Really, really good. "You have a nasty habit of surviving." So he's he obviously he's not a physical threat towards Bond, but he's certainly very intimidating in some of his speeches towards Bond, which is good. Magda, I really like Magda as a Bond girl. I think she's just gorgeous. I mean, I think she is. I don't know about Chris. Yes, I agree. Yeah, no, don't let me stop you. I think she's a good actress, but I think in this case her looks are definitely better than her acting. But she gives a decent performance here. But yeah, that scene when she gets into bed with Bond is, yeah, I can't deny I've had my eyes glued to the screen. And there's that kind of silly moment when he looks at her tattoo and he's like, "Forgive my curiosity, but what is that?" And she's like, "That's my little Octopussy."
yeah. Great moment.
Yeah, okay, people roll their eyes at it. It is probably a bit stupid, but I still can't help but laugh at it. Yeah, no, she's gorgeous. And like you say, when they do the circus sort of acrobatic things, that's very good. And it's nice to know that the circus girls, Octopussy's flying circus, they all get involved. What am I talking about? Octopussy's circus. They come in. I was thinking of Pussy's flying circus. Sorry, the girls from the circus, the acrobatic people, including Magda, they all come and join in the climax. I quite like the climax actually this time. The battle in the palace is well done, and the plane sequence, it probably is a bit unbelievable with Roger Moore's age, but it's still a decent enough scene, and good on them for trying to attempt something like that. I like the train scene as well. The train action scene is very good. I actually have to disagree with the fact that there's too much action. I think there's just enough. I mean, fair enough, Jack. If you felt there was too much, that's fine. But
it's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just saying. It's just your opinion. That's fine. I personally enjoyed all the action, and I thought it was nice to have more action than there was in the previous film. So, yeah. But even that being said, the pacing of this film is slow. Octopussy is, again, when you get to the palace, it just starts to drag a bit. It just slows down a bit. So,
yeah, it's my biggest problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't rush back to this one too much. But every time I do rush back to it, I have to be in the mood for it because those scenes do go on a bit. I think Octopussy is too long. I think it's like 2 hours 10 minutes long. I think it should have been 10 minutes shorter, just to tighten up the palace scenes. So that would be another criticism. And the theme song, the title song sucks. It's terrible. I don't like All Time High. As I mentioned in the review, I would have much rather had Alan's version, which which he spoofed in
Well,
his.
thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Sell that and get it on iTunes. Make a record deal of that because that is much better than what we got in the movie.
Okay, well, I'll look into it. That'd be nice. Nice.
Yeah, Octopussy, she ain't a wussy. You know, it's not a bad shout. Again, like you say, it's not Rita Coolidge's fault. She sings it well. It's the song. It's just so sugary and schmaltzy. Worse than For Your Eyes Only. Just the lyrics are just so drab and cheesy, and it doesn't feel like a James Bond song. It's a stupid ballad that it doesn't fit really. And the title sequence, I agree, is also a bit lazy. It's not the best title sequence, to be honest. I mean, you'd think with a with a film called Octopussy, they would have more octopus, octopi or whatever in the title sequence, but they have one neon light shining over a woman, and then it's just Bond swinging a girl around. It's funny that in Spectre's title sequence, they have the octopus arms and legs in that more than the film Octopussy. I just find that ironic. I will say though, the music score for this film is great. I don't know if you two talked about it much, but John Barry's music score is very good for this one. And actually, it's he's coming towards the end of his time as a composer for Bond. He's got 2 more left. Then he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave the series after The Living Daylights. When we get to Timothy Dalton's reflection, we can go more into that. But yeah, I love the score for Octopussy. I think it's a great score. Really heightens the tension. I also like VJ. VJ is a great ally. Like I said, there's that great line when he's like, "No problem, this is a company car." he's got some great lines. It's a shame he gets killed off, but yeah, John Glen, get used to that because John Glen likes to kill off all the allies. But yeah, and the 2 twins, Mishka and Griska, are also very good. Perhaps it was generic to have the Russians back. It didn't bother me too much, but yeah, Octopussy it's not my favorite. It's one of the sort of more generic Bond movies. It's very formulaic. It's sort of by the numbers, but it's got some good things in it, and it's nice to go to India. Actually, I don't think we've ever been to India in any other Bond film, so it's unique in that respect. But it isn't perfect. I do also agree about the Tarzan yell. I think that is ridiculous, and yeah, it was. Yeah, there's just some really silly moments that do detract it for me. But I think I'll give Octopussy a 7 out of 10. It's decent. Like I wouldn't say it's anything more than that, but it is definitely on the lower end of the Roger Moore ranking. I probably put it as the second to least favorite, but we'll rank the movies at the very end. So now we move on to the 7th and final movie for Roger Moore, A View, which is going to be controversial to say the least. And once we've done that, we will do a quick summary of the era, and then we'll rank the movies and rate them out of 70 because there's 7 films. So I think I'll start with Alan because this is going to be a interesting opinion to say the least.
I was going to ask Alan, do you mind if we just keep it to 10 minutes because we've nearly been on 4 hours now, so yeah, we don't want this hang going on too much longer, but yeah.
Sure. Hold on. Looking at the time. Okay. I'll do my best to keep it under 10 minutes. And by the way, being that this was Roger Moore's final Bond film, and considering the fact that, sadly, Roger Moore is no longer with us, I take no glee whatsoever in this review, this critique in the film. I'm not proud of this, and I also want to say I have the utmost respect for the late great Sir Roger Moore. That he was my first Bond. He grew into a great Bond, and the majority of his films I enjoy very, very much. Regarding A View to a Kill, if to the Bond fans, and I'm probably sitting with 2 of them today, to the Bond fans who like A View to a Kill, that's fine. I'm not trying to take A View to a Kill away from you. If you like it, that's fine. But I have to be honest. You know, if you like or love a movie, you have to say so. If you dislike or hate a movie, you have to say so. So I cannot lie, and I have to be honest that A View to a Kill, Roger Moore's seventh and final Bond movie, is my personal pick for the worst James Bond movie ever.
Oh,
And I'm going to try to say this without yelling or ranting. I'm going to try to be civil about this. Speak softly, but carry a big stick, as Roosevelt said, President Roosevelt. But like I said, I have the utmost respect for the late great Sir Roger Moore, but I just think Roger did one Bond film too many. You know, I do happen to like his penultimate Bond film, Octopussy, very much, and I stand my ground that he should have left with Octopussy, and I think maybe Jack doesn't, and that's fine, but I think he would have gone out on a very high note if he left with Octopussy, but no, Roger Moore stayed on to do one more movie at the age of 57, or maybe he was 56, and then the film was released when Moore was 57. This is the Bond movie, I think, where the bottom fell out. I just think Roger Moore looks really too old to play Bond at this point. I mean, he's really showing his age in this one. It really is time for him to go now as 007. He did one Bond film too many, in my opinion. I mean, look, regarding his age, I can't think of a better example than, say, Tom Cruise. Even though I've never been the biggest Tom Cruise fan, to be honest, but one thing I do admire about Tom Cruise, besides the fact that the guy keeps in shape, he does his own stunts. He's 58 years old, Tom Cruise, heading towards 60, 58, and he's still doing his own stunts. He recently resumed production on the latest Mission Impossible movie, and just a few days ago, he did a stunt where he drove a motorcycle off a cliff and parachuted to safety at the age of 58. So in that department, I tip my hat to Tom Cruise. Roger Moore, who was 56 or 57 when he did A View to a Kill, he looks too old. He's not, in my opinion, he's not believable anymore as Bond in A View to a Kill for me. He looks too old now to play Bond, and I don't think any secret agent in the field should still be working in the field when you're in your mid to late 50s, unless you're well built like Tom Cruise, who's in his late 50s and can still do his own stunts. But Roger Moore's really showing his age in this movie. But it's not just that. I think this. I spoke earlier about how I think Moonraker is a good silly Bond movie. I think A View to a Kill is a bad silly Bond movie. The silliness in this movie is, in my opinion, bad. Really bad. And the funny thing is, you'd think that this is a James Bond movie that I would like, for the simple reason that this is the Bond movie that mostly, not for the whole movie, but for a lot of it, takes place in San Francisco. And I don't actually live in San Francisco, but I live close to San Francisco. So this is basically a Bond film that more or less takes place locally in the Bay Area where I live. And yet I feel nothing about this Bond movie. It doesn't matter to me that it takes place in San Francisco. It doesn't matter to me that we see the Golden Gate Bridge. I just think it's a poorly written, poorly directed, poorly acted movie. I've already said, Roger Moore. Again, they're putting in way too much bad silliness. I I mean, the bits where Roger Moore's Bond, he's he nearly falls off the Eiffel Tower. Okay, so one earlier part of the film takes place in France. He nearly falls off the Eiffel Tower, and we hear him go, "Oh!" Then later on in the movie, he's hanging for his life on a ladder behind a fire truck, and again he's going, "Oh!" In my opinion, James Bond should never ever say, "Oh!" if he nearly falls off something or he's clinging for his life. How would you like it if Daniel Craig or Connery going, "Oh!" I mean, James Bond isn't supposed to do that. He's James Bond, for goodness sake, you know? So to do that to Roger Moore, I don't know if that was Roger Moore's decision or the decision of the director, John Glen, but that was a mistake. We get another scene where Bond, you know, he's with the Bond girl, played by Tanya Roberts. Stacy Sutton, played by Tanya Roberts, and he's with her at her home, and he's got cooking mittens on, and he's cooking Stacy an omelet. James Bond with cooking mittens on, cooking the Bond girl an omelet. Are you kidding me? How would you like to see Daniel Craig or Connery or any of the other Bonds with cooking mittens on, cooking the Bond girl an omelet? I mean, please. I mean, and isn't there like an in-joke reference? There's an in-joke reference to Bond in this movie that I think was totally out of place, where Bond is confronted in San Francisco by police, and he says to the cop, you know, my name is Bond, James Bond, and the cop goes, yeah, and I'm Superman, or something like that. So you know, that joke was completely out of place. Tanya Roberts as Stacy Sutton. I mean, Tanya Roberts, she's a good actress, beautiful woman. She's a former Charlie's Angel, for heaven's sake, but she's just a damsel in distress. I lost count how many times she goes, James, save me! James! Oh, James, help! James! It's just total damsel in distress from beginning to end of this film. I mean, I like looking at her, but her character is just a very poorly written Bond girl. And the scene where the villain Max Zorin scoops her up on the ground with his blimp. How does a blimp sneak up on someone? And I'm not the first person to have mentioned this. How does a blimp sneak up on somebody? That's ridiculous.
Totally. To be fair, it's probably her being stupid, not looking where it was.
Yeah. You're probably right. Yeah. Grace Jones as Mayday. Grace Jones, very talented woman. She's a very talented entertainer, although music is her main forte, although she does a little bit of acting here and there, although she's primarily known for music. Good actress, but I think she's way too muscular, way too butch to be a Bond girl. You know, she has too much of an androgynous look to her. And you know, I can't stand the scene where she gets into bed with an old James Bond, and it's one of the most cringe-inducing scenes I've ever seen in the whole James Bond film franchise. I just can't stand it. It makes me want to vomit, that scene. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to be honest. Let's see. Christopher Walken.
I mean, you aren't the first person to have said that, and you won't be the last. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I have to be honest. Christopher Walken is the main villain, Max Zorin. We all know what a talented actor Christopher Walken is. He won an Oscar for The Deer Hunter. Of course, he's a very, very talented actor, but his villain, Max Zorin, to me is just a total slime ball. He's not a likable villain. I mean, the best villains are villains that, yeah, they're evil, they're bad. You want them defeated at the end, but there's something about them that you like. I mean, I always go to the example of Darth Vader as a classic villain. He's a villain, he's evil, he's bad, and yet you like him, okay? Which is, I'm sure, one of the reasons why Vader has been the enduring villain that he has been. He's just one example. There are many others. Max Zorin is just a slime. It's just a total slime ball. I find the scene where him and a henchman mowing down all those mine workers in the mine with Uzis, that scene has always offended me. I've never, ever liked that scene. I find it very offensive. See, Alison Doody as Bond girl Jenny Flex, she's totally wasted in this movie. She's hardly given anything to do, although she will really get her chance to strut her stuff as an actress in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. That's the movie that people know her best for. But, you know, she's pretty much wasted here. She doesn't get anything to do other than look pretty in her horse riding outfit. But that's pretty much it. Patrick Macnee, the one and only Patrick Macnee, you know, John Steed from the Avengers TV show. He's a good assistant to Bond in this movie. I mean, he's and shame he gets killed later on. Thank you very much, director John Glen. But I mean, I like him. For me, he's one of the shining lights, if you like, of a View to a Kill. I'm not going to give A View to a Kill a rock bottom 0 out of 10 because one of the few things I do like about the movie is Patrick Macnee as Sir Godfrey Tibbett. So I do like him. You know, he's very likable, very charming in the part. It's just a shame that his character gets killed. But you know, the action scenes fail to impress. And the scene where Bond is driving a car in France and the car literally gets sliced in half, and yet the front half of the car is still drivable. Are you kidding me? That's totally absurd. The action scene, the big climax at the end on top of the Golden Gate Bridge, it's supposed to be exciting, and yeah, there's good stunt work there, and yeah, I have some nostalgic affection because I live in the Bay Area, and oh look, the Golden Gate Bridge is in a James Bond movie, but when we get to the close-up shots of Bond and Max Zorin slugging it out, there's nothing exciting about it, no excitement for me whatsoever. And then, of course, we've got the beginning of the film where Bond is on a separate mission, and everybody mentions the silly scene where he's snowboarding, and we hear a cover version of the Beach Boys' "California Girls." Really, it's again they're trying to throw in humor, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work for me at all. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. This is a Bond movie that does nothing for me. The only other thing I like about A View to a Kill, and one of the only couple of things that saves it from being a 0 out of 10, is the theme song, the classic theme song by Duran Duran, which was also a #1 hit over here in the States. Maybe it went to #1 in the UK. I don't know, but it was a big hit for Duran Duran. I've always enjoyed it. I think it's a great, catchy tune, and it's always been one of my favorite Bond themes. That's really cool that it was a big hit song, and I like it. Definitely a big step up above All Time High from the previous Bond film. But okay, I know I've overrun my time, so I'll wrap this up. But the only couple of things I really truly like about A View to a Kill is Patrick McNee and the theme song. Other than that, this James Bond movie does nothing for me, and with the utmost love and respect to Roger Moore, I just think he did one Bond film too many. I have to be honest. I cannot lie. That's just how I feel.
That's fine.
So, and I will say, I didn't care much for Roger Moore's beginning film, Live and Let Die. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Ollie. Don't care at all for his final movie, A View to a Kill. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Ollie. But I think Moore's middle 5 Bond films are all very entertaining to varying degrees. I think his middle 5 films range from very good to great. So Roger Moore definitely has his share of really good Bond movies, but in my opinion, his finale, A View to a Kill, is not one of them. So I take no glee in that review, and I take no glee whatsoever in my final rating of A View to a Kill of 2 out of 10. I take no glee in giving that rating, but that's just how I feel. But the last thing I'll say here is that I will always have, nonetheless, even though I feel he did one Bond film too many, I will always have the utmost respect for the late, great Sir Roger Moore. So there you go.
Okay. Thank you, Alan, very much. And no, that's fair. I mean, we knew you were going to rate it quite low. So anyway, Jack.
Yeah, well, I'm going to keep it to the 10-minute limit. But View to a Kill, I have to disagree with Alan. I understand if this isn't his favourite Bond film. But for me, I think Roger Moore left on a pretty good note with this film. I do acknowledge Roger Moore's age. He was 56 when he shot this film. And he was getting on in age. And I will admit, it's probably past the point of believability that he can do all these action scenes. But for what it is, for what it's worth, I think Roger Moore is very good in this film. And I will say, even though he's older in this film, I think he looks better. He looks healthier in this film than he did in Octopussy. And I think one thing I will say about Roger Moore is he aged very well. I mean, he was 56 when he made this film. He still had all his hair.
Sorry,
he
Jack,
wasn't fat.
I might have to slightly disagree. 2 words: facelift.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But he, well, I mean, I still think he looked pretty good for a man of 56. He had all his hair. He wasn't fat. He looks pretty good for a man of his age, and I would like to look that good at 56. His hair hasn't gone grey. He's not fat or anything. So I think Roger Moore is very good in this film. In the beginning, I actually quite like that whole sequence where he's in Siberia or whatever it is, and he finds that locket with the microchip in, and then there's that ski chase. And I thought it was quite funny when they played the Beach Boys when he was going down the cliffside, and it looks like he's surfing, so that's why they played that song. And then I do like the bit where it's like, call me James. It's 5 days to Alaska. That was quite good. And then you get to the title sequence and the theme, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of Duran Duran's theme for View to a Kill. I think it's crap, to be honest. I mean, I think the lyrics make absolutely no sense whatsoever, and I don't really care for it as a Bond song.
It's better than All Time High.
Well, you say that. I don't think it is, but yeah, it's pretty.
Well, we disagree then.
Yeah, it's not a sugary ballad, but yeah, it's definitely one of the weakest Bond songs, and I think you put it in your top 10 worst, Ollie. So yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that, yeah, but I have to agree with what you said years ago. I think it's crap, but yeah, Mark Kermode doesn't like it either. But yeah, I think the title sequence is it's not great. I mean, it's not one of Morse Binder's best. But then you get to the film itself, and you know, I do think the plot of this one is quite good. Like, you know, Max Zorin, played by Christopher Walken, you know, he wants to wipe out Silicon Valley, so he will sort of dominate the market and microchips. And I think Christopher Walken as Max Zorin's one of the best Bond villains. He's very good in this film, and he's quite psychotic. I think he's probably the first Bond film. Sorry, he's the first villain in a Bond film that's crazy. I think, like, quite unhinged. You don't know what's sort of gonna happen next with him. And you know, I mean, Christopher Walken, you know, is Oscar-winning actor in The Deer Hunter, and I think he's great here as Max Zorin. And I think, you know, this film, if this had been Timothy Dalton's if this had been Timothy Dalton's first Bond film, I think this would have been considered one of the best Bond films. But because Roger Moore's in it, and Roger Moore's a bit older, some people consider it the worst. But I think, you know, they do address Roger Moore's age in this. There's that whole scene where he's fighting that guy in the packing area, and it's like an old heavy, it's an old henchman, and I think yeah, this sort of addresses age throughout the film, where, like, you know, someone's like, oh, would you prefer stamina or speed? You know, that's quite good. He's like, well, a little of both would be ideal. And I think Patrick Macnee's great as Tibbet. He's like, oh, come along, Tibbet, stop wheezing. He's very funny in this film. And, you know, and he's got, oh, my name's St. John Smythe. You know, Roger Moore's very good in this. I think Tanya Roberts, she's okay. I don't hate her, but she does scream a bit too much. But I do kind of like the paternal aspect that Bond has with her when he first meets her. He tucks her into bed, and he doesn't bet her immediately. And I kind of like it that he doesn't have sex with her when he first meets her. You know, he's sort of a little bit of a paternal relationship there.
Do you think it kind of makes it a bit redundant having him sort of go in the shower with her at the end, like, because he was acting paternal with her?
A little bit, but at the same time, you know, it kind of brings the Roger Moore era full circle. I mean, speaking of the action, I disagree with Alan. I think the action here is really good. I think you've got some of the best action in the series. I really like that fire truck chase through San Francisco. That's really good. I think that's excellent. I love the final fight on the Golden Gate Bridge. That's a great climactic action sequence. So there's a lot of tension, I think, in this film. And, you know, you kind of feel, I mean, I kind of felt like Bond, you know, he's sort of up against it in this film. Like, you think maybe he won't make it out alive because he's sort of being pushed mentally and physically, the amount of people that die in the film and stuff like that. And I did like the location, San Francisco. It's nice to go to America for a Bond film. And I think Grace Jones is quite good as Mayday. And, you know, I mean, people sort of cringe at that scene where he beds Mayday, but, you know, I'm going to be honest, I find it quite funny. Like, oh, I've been waiting for you to take care of me personally. You know, he's like, oh, I see you're a woman of very few words, so what's there to say? That's quite funny. But no, I think her change of heart towards the end is very good, where Zorin blows up the mine, and she's like, oh, I thought that creep loved me. And then, you know, she gets the bomb, and she's like, you know, get Zorin for me. And then I did like that look in Zorin's face. He's like, oh, Mayday. And then she blows up. I thought that was good. The scene with the miners where they get killed, I actually like that scene. It just shows how much of a psychopath Zorin is. He just doesn't give a fuck about anybody. Like, he's like, oh, you know, Mr. Zorin, those men are loyal to you. And him and Scarpine just get out these Uzis and start shooting all the miners. It just kind of shows how psychopathic and, you know, how, you know, he's just not loyal to anybody. He has no loyalty. And, Yeah, and I think he's a great threat to Bond. I also like Fiona Fullerton in this as Paulie Ivanova. She's quite good. You know, oh, the bubbles tickle my Tchaikovsky. You know, I thought that was quite funny. Yeah, and there are quite some good action scenes. I like the Eiffel Tower sequence. I mean, Bond making those sounds, going like, oh, oh, you know, I mean, they did do that in Octopussy, like that sort of, you know, Bond making those sounds. Didn't bother me that much, but I did like the line where they kill Aubergine and he's like, oh, there's a fly in his soup. You know, that was quite funny. And yeah, I mean, the film for me, I kind of like the fact that the first half's a bit comedic, but the second half gets a bit darker, and you sort of get that tension. Excuse me. You get that tension in the film. There's also that scene where they're on the blimp, and they throw the guy out of the blimp. He's like, and I like Zorn's, you know, line. Oh, does anyone else want to drop out? You know, that was quite good. Yeah, I mean, you also get a small cameo, I think, by Dolph Lundgren or whatever. He makes a small cameo in this film. Maud Adams makes a cameo in the background of View to Kill, which is kind of nice. But yeah, I mean, there are some good action scenes. Like I like the scene where Bond's at Stacy's house and he's using a shotgun. He says, "Oh, what's it loaded with?" She's like, "Rock salt." You know, I thought that was quite good. But yeah, I mean, there's also that scene as well, which is quite dark, where Zorin killed Mr. Howe, I think it was, and burnt the whole building, and he blamed it on Bond. And there's that bit where he's coming down the ladder, and he nearly falls while carrying Stacey. I thought that was quite good. So, I mean, they do address Bond's age in this film, and I think Roger Moore is very good. And, you know, it's a shame that he's no longer with us, because he was a gentleman in real life, and I think he's very good in this film. And, you know, I like the fact that he uses his American accent again, like where he's in the fire truck and they're like, "Where's the fire?" And he's like, "On your rear end." You know, that was quite good. But yeah, I do like his final line. "Oh, there's never a cab when you need one." That was good. And and then I did like the way it cut to the bowl that said "pussy" on it, and then it cuts to Bond in the shower with Stacey, and he's like, "Oh crap, I dropped the soap." That was quite funny. But no, I thought that was a good way to end the film. It sort of brings Roger Moore's era full circle, because when we first were introduced to him in Live and Let Die, he was in bed with a girl, and sort of end the series of him in the shower with a girl. So that didn't bother me. But yeah, I think it's a great Bond film. I really think it's underrated. It's probably one of the most underrated Bond films, along with Spectre. I think Roger Moore's very good in it, even though you could say he's a bit too old. But saying that, I don't think it's that big of an issue. I mean, for God's sake, look at Harrison Ford. He's 80 and he's doing another Indiana Jones film. You know.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Well,
the fact that he was 56 in this, it's nowhere near as bad as Harrison Ford at 80 years old doing another Bond film. And I think, you know, we've got some other actors who play parts well into their. I think Charles Bronson was in Death Wish until he was like 74, and Clint Eastwood played Dirty Harry till he was like 58. So, and Tom Cruise is still doing Mission Impossible at 57 or 58. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good film to end his era on. I think it's a much better film to end the Roger Moore era than Octopussy. I think if that had been his last one, that would have been more disappointing. But I think this is a good film. I don't think it's perfect, but I still really enjoy it. So I'll close off by giving A View to a Kill a 9 out of 10.
Thank you, Jack. All right, well, I'll give my brief thoughts. A View to a Kill. Well, okay, this is a very divisive one again. It gets a very mixed reaction among the fans, I think, but I like this movie. I mean, my opinion of it has kind of flip-flopped around. The first time I saw it, I wasn't keen on it, but then watched it, really liked it, and now I'm at a point where I just think it's good. I think that's the way it will stay. I've watched this one quite a few times, actually. It is a very weird movie in a sense. It is kind of strange, but it's entertaining. I think Roger Moore gives a good final performance. I mean, I can't deny he is too old to play James Bond at this point. I mean, even he admitted that when after he'd made the film, he said, "Oh yeah, I probably was too old in A View to a Kill," but at the same time, I still appreciate the guy's efforts. And he definitely was. There was definitely an admission about facelift, which happened during this film, which is fine. I'm not criticizing. It's what they had to do. But obviously, Roger Moore probably knew it was going to be his last one when he was making it, because in most of the action scenes, he's not doing too many stunts. So yeah, physically, he just wasn't able to conceivably play the part. I kind of disagree with you, Jack. Unfortunately, sorry. I mean, it's your opinion. That's fine. But I personally feel like Octopussy and A View to a Kill, both the films, he kind of looks like his age has caught up with him. But nevertheless, he's a great Bond.
But I mean, I will agree with that. But what I'm saying is, he looks pretty good for a guy of 56. I mean, I'd like to look like him at 56, have all my hair, and I mean, he's not fat or overweight. So I've seen people at 56 who look a lot worse than him. But yeah,
what I'm saying is, when you said about in Octopussy, he looked like he was past it, and then in A View to a Kill, you said he looked good. I was a bit confused, but never mind.
What I meant was he looked a bit healthier, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying he probably was past it, but I just think he looked a bit healthier in this film. That's all I'm saying. But yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, the film, it's good. I mean, the story is kind of what you would expect from a Bond movie. It's another fun Roger Moore film to end on. It does try to be a bit more serious as it goes on, which I think maybe it did go a bit too serious at points, but it didn't bother me that much. I quite like the villains. I thought Max Zorin and Mayday were quite good villains, and Mayday's change of heart was good. Grace Jones was very good in the part. Well, I mean, yeah, there is the bed scene, which I know some people find really cringy. I just think it's funny. I mean, it's not as cringy as the BB scene for me. I kind of think it's funny how the old man is there waiting in the bed, and he's just saying, "Oh, I've been waiting for you to take care of me personally." So it's nice to know that Roger still has his charm and whatnot, which was funny. I mean, it's a great funny scene, and the way he just rolls his eyes at the end of it is quite amusing. Yeah, and obviously Christopher Walken, as Zorin. I mean, Zorin is a slime ball. I mean, yeah, the scene when he kills the workers, it is a bit extreme, but I don't mind it too much. But it is a bit dark. I can understand why some people would be uncomfortable with it. The action, I think, is actually decent. I'm not going to say it's the best action of the series, but I quite like it. I mean, the fire truck chase is good. The chase in Paris is good. The finale is great on the Golden Gate Bridge. I like that fight. I'm not saying it was slick. I mean, some of the action, it does. You can see that Moore's a little bit tired, but the action is still good enough, and everything in the mines is quite entertaining as well. So I do like the spectacle of it. I don't really think Stacey Sutton is a great Bond girl, to be honest. She's not a bad character, but she's just a damsel in distress. She just keeps screaming all the time. So I find it very hard to like her as a character. But I did like the fact that Bond was being more paternal towards her, and I kind of wish that the film had stayed that way. I kind of wish that the film had developed more of a relationship with that. Like, she kind of saw him more as like a sort of a long lost father figure, rather than having sex in the shower with him. But whatever, and that's only a small detail. I mean, Bond making the quiche and everything, that didn't really bother me that much. Fair enough if Alan didn't like that, but I didn't mind it. It was only one scene. And they do address Roger Moore's age, which is good. There's that funny scene when he meets Pola Ivanova, and she says, "Well, the bubbles tickle my Tchaikovsky," which I find quite amusing. So she's got a nice little part. It is a very fun, entertaining film. It probably does, it's a bit lengthy in places, but I also like the fire scene as well when Bond rescues Stacey. That's quite a heroic moment when he comes down the ladder, which is good. So they're definitely trying to make an entertaining film, but I do think maybe it was a bit, perhaps Roger Moore should have left with Octopussy, but I'm still glad he made this one, because I do quite like the story, and I do think it's fun and it's entertaining. You don't have to think about it too much. The opening sequence is a little silly when they start playing the California girls or whatever. I know it's meant to be a joke, but I just don't know if it really worked for me. I just think they should have kept the same sort of tone during the scene. It just seemed a bit of an odd switch, but whatever. The theme song by Duran Duran, yeah, as Jack alluded to, a few years ago I said I didn't like it. I'm not really keen on the lyrics. I think the lyrics don't make sense, but I can't deny it's a catchy song. I think the tune of it is catchy, but I wouldn't rank it as like one of the best themes ever. But it's nice to have something else that's not a ballad. So I think it's better than All Time High, just on that basis. The title sequence is okay. It's not the best one, but it'll do. It's better than the previous one. And again, the Golden Gate fight is very good, and I think it is generally a solid end to Roger Moore's era. It's not perfect. It's not perfect at all, but I really do like it. And also the music score by John Barry is fantastic. And this is John Barry's penultimate score for the series. He'll score The Living Daylights and then he'll leave. But this one is really good. Very incorporates the sort of the tune of the song in the score. It's a beautiful score, really beautiful score, but also exciting, especially when the Golden Gate fight happens. The score is pretty exciting. I can understand why Alan dislikes the film. It's certainly it is a bit of a strange one, and it is an acquired taste. It's not for everyone. I've got to be in the mood to watch A View to a Kill because it's Roger Moore is a bit older, but I think he ended on a good note. I can't deny I enjoyed it, so I'll give it an 8 out of 10. But I think it was definitely time for Roger to go. So that pretty much wraps it up. I know we've been on for a while, so we'll just quickly use the last 5-10 minutes to just summarize, and then we'll call it a night. So, Alan, can you please rank the Roger Moore movies and give us your ratings and the score out of 70, please?
Sure. Let's see. As far as the ranking goes, okay. Yeah. Okay. Just a minute, you guys. Just a minute. I've almost got it.
That's okay.
Okay. Great. Got it. Okay. Ranking the Roger Moore Bond films. Well, okay. At number 7, that's an easy one. A View to a Kill. I give it 2 out of 10. At number 6, for me, is Live and Let Die. I give a 5 out of 10. At number 5, I give The Spy Who Loved Me, which I rate 7 out of 10. At number 4, For Your Eyes Only, I give 8 out of 10. At number 3 is Octopussy. I give a 9 out of 10. At number 2, The Man with the Golden Gun. I also give that a 9 out of 10. And number 1, going against the majority of Bond fans and critics out there, but I don't give a shit. At number 1, Moonraker. Even if I'm in the minority, I don't care, which I also give a 9 out of 10. So that's my ranking of the Bond films. Was there anything else you wanted me to say?
No, just your overall score out of 70.
Okay, yes, I've got that too. So I guess out of 70, that gives the Roger Moore era for me 49. Almost 50, not quite, but 49 out of 70, which is still very, very good. That's most comfortably past the halfway mark and then some. So overall, I think Roger Moore's era was very good. As I said a little earlier, I may not be too crazy about his debut film. I'm really not crazy at all about his final film, but I think his middle 5 Bond films, from The Man with the Golden Gun to Octopussy, are all really good, all really entertaining. His middle 5 Bond films for me range from very good to great. And again, I give Roger Moore credit that he was my first James Bond, the first Bond I ever saw, which of course was Moonraker. That was my first Bond film. And looking at all 7 of his films, I may not have been taken with Roger Moore right off the bat in Live and Let Die, but I thought he nailed the part completely with the second film, Man with the Golden Gun. And overall, he became a very likable very good. Heck, I'll even say a great James Bond. And he definitely he left a wonderful mark on the James Bond series. And regarding the number of movies, he's the longest serving of all the Bonds as far as number of movies go. And although you could argue, well, Connery did 7 if you throw in Never Say Never Again, but I'm not going to throw in Never Say Never Again. That's not a part of the official series.
No.
So Roger Moore has the most films in the official series. And overall, he became a great James Bond for me. He became great, and I enjoy his middle 5 Bond films, all to varying degrees. And as of now, he's the only James Bond who sadly is no longer with us. And, it's sad that he's gone, but what a great career. And of course, he didn't just do James Bond. He was on The Saint. He did a lot of other films and other various work. And of course, his work with UNICEF, I think. He was like an ambassador for UNICEF.
Yeah.
And so his humanitarian work there is marvelous. A great man, a fine actor, and a fine James Bond, and he is greatly missed. So, and like I said, I really enjoy 5 of his 7 Bond films, and that's a damn good batting average. So, thank you, Sir Roger Moore, for all that you gave in the James Bond series. You are greatly missed, and thank you.
Thanks very much, Alan. That was very, very kind. So, over to Jack.
Okay, so I gave Live and Let Die a 10 out of 10. Man with the Golden Gun, 7 out of 10. Spy Love Me, 10 out of 10. Moonraker, 9 out of 10. For Your Eyes Only, 5 out of 10. Octopussy, 4 out of 10. A View to a Kill, 9 out of 10. So if I had to rank all 7 Roger Moore Bond films, at the bottom of number 7 would be Octopussy. Then at number 6 would be For Your Eyes Only. Number 5, The Man with the Golden Gun. Number 4, Moonraker. Number 3, A View to a Kill. Number 2, The Spy Love Me. Number 1, Live and Let Die. So out of 70, that's 54 out of 70. So yeah, I think Roger Moore overall had a very good era. There's only a couple of films in there that I'm not crazy about, and that's Octopussy and For Your Eyes Only. But apart from that, I like all of his other films. I think they all range from good to great. And yeah, he's my favorite Bond. And I think Roger Moore, it's a shame that he's no longer with us. He passed away over 3 years ago. But I think he really did a great job as Bond. And he had a tough act to follow because Lazenby didn't really succeed in the role. And he was following in the footsteps of Sean Connery. He'd really left his mark. And if he hadn't had proved himself as James Bond, then the franchise would have probably died, because if he failed in the role, he probably would have ended the series. But and I think he's my favorite Bond because he sort of brings that English gentleman, to the part. A lot of his films, there's a lot of great humor in them, a lot of great stunts, a lot of great villains. And he used his wit as a weapon, and I think Roger Moore was very classy as Bond, and he could be tough as well. Like, people say Roger Moore's Bond isn't tough, but he definitely can be tough when he wanted to be. Like that scene in For Your Eyes Only where he kicks the car off the cliff, the scene in The Man with the Golden Gun where he's interrogating Andrea, the scene in Spy Love Me where he knocks the guy off the roof when he's asking where Feckish is. So he could be tough when he wanted to be, and I think Roger Moore was a good actor. And he never lost his enthusiasm for Bond as well. Over the 7 films, he always gave it his all. Even though you could say he probably stayed in the role a bit too long, he probably should have left after For Your Eyes Only. But even if he stayed in the role a bit too long, I still think he was great. And he still holds the record for the most amount of Bond films. Daniel Craig holds the record for the most amount of years in the role. But I think Roger Moore will always be the longest when it comes to films. And I think he did a great job, and it's sad he's no longer with us, but he'll always live on as James Bond and in The Saint and The Persuader. So, I just have to say thank you, Roger Moore. You were excellent Bond. You're my favorite Bond, and so that's all I have to say. But yeah,
Oh, it's very touching, man. And so for you, nobody did it better.
yes, nobody did it better, and he kept the British end up. And yeah. He did keep the British end up, so
That he did. That he did. Yes.
Right. Well, I'll quickly do mine as we're going to finish soon. So, Live and Let Die for me was a 10 out of 10. Man with the Golden Gun was an 8 out of 10. And Spy Who Loved Me was a 10 out of 10. Moonraker was an 8 out of 10. For Your Eyes Only was a 6. Octopussy was a 7. And A View to a Kill was an 8. So I score the Roger Moore era 57 out of 70. So I guess I have the highest rating, which is funny. That was his age, but he left the role. And as for how I'd rank the movies, well, number 7 would have to be For Your Eyes Only. Number 6 would be Octopussy. Number 5 would probably be, I'd probably say A View to a Kill. Then The Man with the Golden Gun. Then it would be Moonraker. Then Live and Let Die. Then The Spy Who Loved Me. So yeah, I think Roger Moore's era is very good, and I think he's a very underrated Bond, and he kept the franchise going for 12 years, so that's quite something. And he was charming. He was just so charming. He brought the charm, the suave, the wit to Bond. He really reinvented it after Sean Connery made such a stamp with it, and obviously Lazenby didn't succeed. So I really appreciate Roger Moore's efforts and what he did. And sadly, he's no longer with us anymore, but he's resting in peace now, and we really appreciate what he did. And he has 7 Bond films to his name, and he has many other credits to his name. Like you say, he was in The Saint and all those other things. And he's the best thing about The Curse of the Pink Panther. Well, it's not hard to pick, is it really, with that? So just to kind of close off, goodbye, Roger Moore, and thank you very much for being Bond, James Bond. So that's kind of it, folks. So sorry, that was quite a lengthy hangout, but there were 7 films to talk about. So we appreciate your patience, and thank you very much for watching and listening. Next time, we'll be looking at the Timothy Dalton era, which is going to be a much shorter hangout because there's only 2 films to talk about, The Living Daylights and License to Kill. So, yes, stay tuned for our Timothy Dalton reflection. And thanks very much to Jack and Alan for joining me tonight. And, yeah, we will see you all for the Timothy Dalton reflection. Take care, everyone. See you soon. Bye for now.
Bye.